full game tutorial on a gacha team-based system. Here we have our character. It's got a basic attack. It's got 3 spells. Three spell types? A skill, healing, and an ultimate. You can aim the spells like so, and you can swap between characters. You can even roll to unlock new characters using in-game currency. And there's a party preview system and menu that you can update and build. It spawns a new character. And then on top of that, we're going to include, there's a save system as you just saw. There's some enemies at the top that use the state tree system. So if we save our game and then load in our game, then we've got all our unlocked characters and all the data that we had saved. So it's a long tutorial. I appreciate that. I was going to put this on Udemy, but I thought I'd leave it on YouTube for everyone to enjoy. If you're struggling, there will be a link to my Discord. You can drop a comment in there about what you're struggling with. If this is something that you like, then please leave a like, comment, and drop a subscription if you haven't already. Thank you to everyone that is subscribed and does comment on the videos. It does help us out, and we can keep doing cool things like this. So I hope you enjoy. I hope you have a nice day. Let me know where you get up to. I'd love to see any of your progress with custom characters, not just these placeholder ones that I've got, but everything is for free, so you don't have to spend any money on this at all. If you are supporting me as a member, thank you to Phoenix Studios, thank you to Imagine Bravery, then I really appreciate you guys. But you don't have to be a member to support the channel. I appreciate everyone who watches the video, and any comments that we get and feedback is super important. So thank you all, and I hope to see you in the next one. So what we're going to do is we're going to create a 4-party system. So we need at least 4 characters, probably want 5, just so that we can have one that we can cycle in and out. So we're going to go to Fab, and we're going to type in Paragon. And I'm going to use the Paragon Gideon character, the Paragon Wukong character, the Paragon Kwong character, and finally the Paragon Phase character. And all of these are available for free. And then as our 5th character, we're going to also get Paragon Greystone as well. And so all of those are going to download. So while that's downloading, we're going to come to this content drawer. We're going to go to import, we're going to go to actions, and then I'm going to control D and duplicate IA jump. This will be IA slot 1. And then I'm just going to open that up and delete these triggers, save it. And then I'm going to duplicate that again to be IA slot 2, duplicate again to be IA slot 4, and then duplicate again to be IA slot 4. I got 3 and 4 mixed up, apologies. So now we've got our input actions for slot 1, 2, 3, and 4. Then we're going to come back to content, go to third person and blueprints. And here we have the third person character. This will be our base character for all of our characters. So we're just going to leave that alone for the time being. But because we're going to switch blueprints, we don't want to store too much in here. So we're going to store a lot of things on the player controller, because that's going to control all of our characters. So we're going to open up player controller and then go out to the content drawer again, and we're going to start making some folders. So inside blueprints, I'm going to make a new folder, and I'm going to call this one components. And then I'm going to make a blueprint class with an active controller. I'll call this BPC party switcher. Now I'm just going to open that up, and then in here I'm going to IA slot 1, IA slot 2, IA slot 3, and IA slot 4. Just going to compile and save that, and we're going to put this up onto BPC party switcher. But right now it's not going to work, so we go to content, input, and then IMC default. Just open up IMC default, and we just need to add the IA slot 1 here, IA slot 2, IA slot 3, and finally IA slot 4. Open up IA slot 1, we put this on the 1 key, IA slot 2, put it on the 2 key, IA slot 3, put it on the 3 key, and IA slot 4, put it on the 4 key. And then back in our third person controller, we can add this party switcher component. And then in party switcher, on started, I can just get a print string, print slot 1. And so I can test it, see if it's working. So we can go back to level third person, press play, and then press 1. You can see I'm printing slot 1, which means I know that that is now working. So we can close IMC default now. We can make a new folder inside the content. So this will be our character assets. Then we'll open that up, right click, get a blueprint class of a primary data asset, and select this. This will be PDA character asset, or characters, just PDA characters. And in our variables, we can have a text variable. This will be the name / ID. Just put name or ID. And then we need a couple more. We want another text variable of bio. So this will just be a little bit about them. Then we can make another variable of texture 2D. That'll be an object reference. This will be the character's icon. This name or ID, just change this to name so it's a bit more looked after. In variables, again, we're going to want to drop this down to our third person character, VP third person character. This should be a class reference, and this will be our character class. And then one more, and this will be an in montage of an object reference, and this will be the entry montage. You can compile and save that. So now we can right click, type in data asset, and get this little pie chart one, and we can find our PDA characters, select, and this first one will be DA Gideon, I think was the first person that I downloaded. So I've got Gideon and Wukong. So I can duplicate that, and this one will be DA Wukong. Open up DA Gideon. We can put in Gideon as the name. The bio can be a gruff bloke. Icon can be this green guy for a second, and then the character class, VP third person character. Entry montage. We've got Gideon's entry montage there. So we can save that. And then in Wukong, we can say his name and his ID is Wukong, and description about him is he is a Monkey King, Red Devil, character class Boopy, third person character for the time being, and then we have his select screen start that's also in here. Right, now let's fix these character classes, because we're not actually going to use the third person character, we're going to use children of that. So they're going to inherit everything from the third person character. So we're going to go Paragon Gideon first. Characters, heroes, and then Gideon player character. And I'm just going to open that up. And all of the input stuff here, don't need it anymore, but we're just going to leave this attack stuff for like 5 seconds. So I'm just going to delete all of that stuff and compile that. It'll get rid of all these error messages. Go to the class settings, and instead of character, it's now going to inherit from the third person character. Then we can get rid of these camera things. things just here. Okay. This combo system, just gonna simply Control C that, and then Control exit. Go to our content drawer. Go back to third person, go to blueprints, go to components, right click and make a new component. So blueprint class, add to component. This will be called BPC abilities. And then I'm just going to paste all that code in here, compile that, and then we can go through each of these values and right click to create a variable and keep compiling to get rid of them. Then just for the time being, we're going to leave these three as they are. We'll save that and come out of it. And then back in data asset Gideon, I can change this now to Gideon player character. Close down Gideon character, we don't need that anymore. And then inside our third person controller, I can make a new sequence, a new custom event. We can call this spawn. Then inside our party switcher, I'm going to make some variables. And the first one will be our third person character, BP third person character, and this will be an array. And this will be our active party. And then we need a index or an integer. And this needs to be a single. And this will be our active party index. And then I need another variable that will be our character PDA characters. And this will be our party data. Let's compile and save that. And party data needs our initial starting party member. So we're just going to put Gideon in there as the first party member that starts off the entire game. And what we're going to do is we're going to create another custom event inside the party switcher that is the initial, that is the spawn party event. And we're going to get active party and we're going to check if it's empty. So if it's empty, then the likelihood is that we are just starting the game, or so we'll get a branch because there'll be nothing in here. I'm going to get a for each loop. And this should be on party data, so this needs to be an array. Compile that, and get party data, and put it into the array. And from here, we can get the class data, get character class, and we can do spawn actor from class. Just like so. And then we can get the active party and we can add to the active party. And if this array index over here, but it'll be this one here, equals 0, the branch, we'll get controller, get player controller, and then we'll do possess. And it will be the spawn actor. That'll be true. and we just split that for a second. And now back in our third person controller where we're calling spawn, we can do spawn I from here. So on then 2, we can just call spawn. You can do it direct to the party switcher if that's more your method. Then in level third person, we can press play. And error, but that's fine, we'll just play in here. And then you'll see that we've actually spawned the mannequin. But there's no party data in here, so let's add Gideon in here. And then we can, then it should all work. As you can see, it's spawning underneath our location for a start. And if I come out, there's also a character spawning here as well. So the character fix is really easy. We can just come to the default pawn and set this to none. And then it won't spawn the extra character. And then this player start doesn't do anything. But what I do want from this is the location. So I'm just going to copy the location, delete the player start, go back to the party switcher, and this spawn transform location, I'm just going to promote this to a variable, and then compile the blueprint, go to details, and paste the 302 into the Z that we had before. So now when I go to level third person, here's our character Gideon, and he's not moving around or doing anything, but that is fine because we will just fix that now. So we're going to go to content, Gideon, characters, glow, heroes, Gideon, and in blueprint. I've got all these problems here. Again, that's fine. Because first off, we don't want this at the top. Then we don't need the initialization. And then this combo attack save that we have here, we're going to then just do get component by class. And we're going to type in combo. We're going to put in the other component that we've got. Yeah, BPC abilities. And then we'll do combo, attack save, and reset combo inside of there. So we can delete all of that, delete the cast, and then compile. So now when I press play, here's our character running around doing what I need him to do. Beautiful. But that doesn't really help us when we have a second character as well. So let me show you what happens on here. We've got all these active slots. And what we can do is we're going to make a new function. We're going to call request swap. And that's going to take an input of an index, which will be an integer. So swap to slot is what we're going to call that input for ease. And we need to make sure that the request doesn't match, so equals the active party index. So we don't want to swap 1 to 1. And then we get a branch. So you can either use equals or not equals. If equals is false, I'm going to get another branch. And I want to make sure that the active party, the length, is not, so is less than, we want that on the bottom one, then the swap to slot 2. But this length needs to have a minus on it as well. Because these will go 0, 1, 2, 3, and this length will go 1, 2, 4. So as long as that is true, then we're going to make another function that is going to perform our swap. And again, this will take the index to perform to. We'll go back to request to swap and just put perform to swap on the true. And this will get our swap slot. So then we open up perform slot. I'm going to do a lot here. So we're going to promote this to a local variable. And this will be local active index. And this needs to be set to active party index. We want to remember which one we were active at. Then we're going to set actor hidden in-game. And the target for this will be our active party. So we're going to get that. And we need to get it twice, because we want the current one and we want the new one. So the current one we're going to set to now be hidden. And then we're going to do set actor location and rotation. And from the current one, we're going to get actor location. And we're also going to get actor rotation. And I'll show you what happens if we don't set the rotation as well. Target will be this new index that we've got. And then what we're going to do is we're going to set the new active index to be our swap to. So just going to change the name of the input. This will be the swap to index. So now this will be our active index. And then again, we're going to get the active party, get a copy. This now will be possess. And we're going to get controller. I get the player controller from here, put that into the target. And then we want to set actor hidden in game. So if you're not seeing these options, then you need to untick this context sensitive. And we're going to set actor enable collision. Because I'm going to show you what's going to happen if we don't do that. So back in our event graph, we can now call request swap. This will be swap to 0. Slot 2 will be swap to 1. And if I come to our party data and add a new one, I can add Wukong, compile that and save. Now, because we haven't changed the blueprint for Wukong, it does still think it's this. And if I press 2, I get transported back. Press 1, nothing happens because I'm still invisible. So first off, when we spawn, we don't want all our characters to spawn and be visible. So back in party switcher, right at the top, if it's not equal to the first character in our index, I'm going to set actor hidden in game, and then we're going to set actor enable collision. and new hidden will be ticked and collision will be false. And we want to get those from the spawn actor. So I'm going to compile and we can run this again. And the old actor for our second person doesn't spawn. Press 2 because we haven't reset their collisions inside our perform swap just here. So we connect our targets up here and then make sure that our collision is enabled. So now when I press 2, there we go, and we can swap between our characters perfectly fine. But one thing you'll notice is that if I do a swap, so I swap to Gideon, it swaps to be behind him, so I swap to 2. So if I'm looking over here, swap to 1, it will go straight behind him, so we're not remembering the camera rotation. So in our perform swap, right at the start, we are going to get control rotation. And then we're going to promote this to a variable, to a local variable. This will be local camera rotation. And I'm going to connect that up to the local active index. And what we also need to do is set actor enable collision between the actor hidden in game and the spawn. This needs to be the bottom one of the get actor location and get actor rotation. So we need to connect that up here so that it disables the collision. As you saw when we spawn again, so I'll show you again. And you'll get this because we're not getting the player controller. And then it goes away. So when I play this now and go over here, press 2, I'm spawning looking that way. So I press 1. I'm looking towards this one. Now I'm looking over here. So if we don't remember the rotation, then it doesn't spawn the correct way. So between possess and set actor right at the end, we are going to do a set control rotation. And then the new rotation will be this local camera rotation that we've got. And the target will be get player controller. Compile and save that. And now if I'm looking over here and swap, I'm keeping my camera rotation. So it works a lot better. So now we need to fix Wukong because Wukong is looking at the wrong character class. So that's a pretty simple one. We'll go to content, Paragon Song Wukong, characters, heroes, Wukong. Some Wukong player character. And we can get rid of everything in here. And we can then go to class settings. And we can find the third person character again. Compile and save that. Delete the 2 cameras. And go to mesh. Find his add-in blueprint. And then go to the event graph of that. And the begin play we can delete. This cast here we can delete. The initialize animation we can delete. And then we can go down here and do the same as we did before. So get component by class. And we want the abilities. And then we're going to do the combo, attack save, and reset. Combo. Get rid of these 2 casts. And this reset. And this, connect that all up. Compile that. There we go. So now, in DA Wukong, change this now to Song Wukong player. Save it, go to level 3rd person. And now, we're able to swap. between our two characters. So now if we open up our third person character, so in content, third person, blueprints, third person character, and I create a new variable, we want the base data asset is what we want. So whatever I've called that I forgot. Character assets, PDA characters. So PDA characters, this will be of type object reference, and this will just be the data. But we need to make this instance editable and expose on spawn, and compile and save that. And then when we spawn them inside our party, if we just refresh this, we've now got this data asset here. So I can just pass in the data to this. So when we spawn the actor, we pass in the data from party data, and then inside third person party, I can right click and do event on possess or on possessed. Event possessed. And we can do play montage. This mesh here, I can pass into skeletal mesh, and then this data, I can just get the entry montage, pass it to montage to play. And now when they play, this is entry montage, ready to go. Swap this to number 2. Here's Paragon Wukon's entry montage. And every time I swap, their entry montages play automatically. Okay, so what we're now going to do is create a HUD widget, or the heads up display, what we want. So we're going to create another folder inside our third person, our blueprints. This will be for our widgets. Then we'll open that up and create another folder because we want our HUD widget. Open that up, right click, user interface, widget blueprint, WBP HUD, and then open that up one last time, and I want a canvas panel for our HUD, and then I just want a vertical box in there, and that's going to go on this left side. Move the little anchor down, probably at the top actually, just so we know it's at the top, so the anchor can go on the top left. This vertical box needs to be a variable. This will be our party box, and we'll compile and save that. Now we need to add it somewhere, so we can go to our third person controller, and again we can just do a custom event for create HUD. Now you could do this inside the actual HUD itself, but I can do it here as well. So we can create a widget, and this will be our HUD widget. And then we can just add to viewport, and save that, and then on this begin play, we can just do create HUD. So open up the WBP HUD, go to graph, and then we can create a new custom event, and this will be populate party, and we're going to need some inputs on populate party, and the main one is party data. So we're going to go to variables, and we're going to get the base PDA, the PDA characters. object reference, and this will be an array, and this time we'll have it instance editor and expose on spawn, and this will be our party data. We'll compile that, and then we're going to get our party data, we're going to get our party box, and we're going to clear the children. So clear children, so we know that it's empty to start with. And then our party data, we're going to look through our party data. So we're going to for each loop. For each loop. And then we're going to create a new widget, which will be the thing that holds the icon and the slot. And we're going to add child to box. So we're going to get this party box and add child, and the content will be this just here. So now we need the actual party slot, so we need to create it. So we're going to right click and create a new widget interface, not a widget preview like I've done. User interface widget blueprint, WBP party slot. Open that up. This is going to need a canvas panel, and it's going to be, instead of fill screen, it's going to be desired. And then we're going to have a vertical box and a horizontal box. And then we need some text. So we get some text. And we need a image. And then we need some more text. And so this text block on the left will be our index, which does need to be editable. And we'll just set it off as 1 to start with. This image here will be our icon, which is already editable. And then this will be our character name, which is also a variable. This vertical box will select it and we'll say size to content. Because what we'll end up putting in this vertical box is sort of more details afterwards, but for now this is fine. So we're going to get 1, an icon, and the character name. So let's just change this to, let's say, Wukong, and then this brush, sort of see how it would look. It's going to look like that. So we can change the size to be 32 by 32, bring it more in line with what we want. We can compile and save that. On event construction, we can get the index, the icon, and the character name. We can do set text and set brush from texture, and then set text on the index as well. And we can connect all this up. So what will happen is when it's created, we'll get all the details and it will set the text and the texture and the items and everything. And then if we can promote all these to a variable, so we can promote texture and promote this set text as well. The in text for the first one will be index. Just call this index number. Texture will be icon, icon image, and then the final one will be name. And all 3 of them need to be instance editable, expose on spawn. I'll and save that, and then we can go back to our HUD, change this construct none when we're adding it to be our party slot. Then this array element here, we can then get icon, that's that icon image, get name or ID, that's set to name, and finally array index, we can pass that to index number. So now we should be able to see something where we play our game. And the party data wasn't passed in. So we can get our party switcher, and then we can get party data in our third person controller. And we're doing populate party, but on event, we're not actually triggering it. So on event construct, let's do our populate party. And there we go. 0 Gideon, 1 Wukong. But actually, we want it to correspond to our buttons. So we're going to open the HUD just where it's getting the array index. I'm just going to plus that by 1. So it actually looks like the buttons we're using for that. Compile and save that. There we go. 1 is Gideon and 2 is Wukong. Just like that. So now we have our characters and we have a way of switching between them, and that works nicely. Let's add some enemies for that BPC abilities that we had set up. So blueprints, components, we've got BPC abilities. So if you go to your third person character, which is the parent, and we can add BPC abilities. And now if you opened up like Sun Wukong player character, you'd see that they also got BPC abilities as well. In BPC abilities, I'm just going to open that up. You can see that we've got this left mouse button that when we do some attacks, it plays an anim montage. And we're going to use a 3-hit combo for all of our characters. So they'll be able to do a 3-hit combo, and then it will go back to number 1. And instead of left mouse button, we need some inputs. So we're going to go to blueprints. We're going to go to content, input, actions, and then we're going to duplicate IA slot 4. This will be IA basic attack. And while we're here, we may as well do the others as well. So we've got IA basic attack, IA ability 1, duplicate that IA ability 2, and then IA ability 3. So that's fine. We then need to come out to input and go to our IMC default, and we'll add these abilities here. So we can get a new map in. We've got IA basic attack. Open that up and put this on the left mouse button. And then I hate how it does that. That's really annoying. IA ability 1, IA ability 2, and IA ability 3. What I'm going to do is actually change IA ability 3 to IA ultimate. So IA ultimate. Like that. And ability 1 I'm going to put on the Q, and ability 2 I'm going to put on the R, and ultimate we will put on the T button, because interact would be on E on most games. So back in our BPC abilities, we've now got IA basic attack, which can then replace this left mouse button pressed. So put that in started, get rid of this gamepad, and that goes inside there. compile that. We still got these errors. We're going to replace these errors with play montage. So we'll have 3 play montage nodes. And we can delete these play anim montage. We'll right click and get begin play. What we're going to do here is right click and get owner and make sure it's the component owner. Get component by class. This will be the skeletal mesh. And we're going to promote that to a variable. The owner's skill. And then where it says skeletal mesh, I'm just going to put that inside each of these, like so. Compile, error goes away. We're not actually doing any attacks right now. Now, I mean, I can put some attacks in, so like melee A and melee B, melee C. These are only going to work on Wukong. So now if I play them on some Wukong, see, we do an attack combo. So, but I want to be able to use this for everything, not just the one. So what we need to do is we're going to make a new function. I'm going to call this register abilities. And then we're going to make inside third person blueprints. We're going to make a new folder for abilities. Open that up, right click, and I want to make a structure. This will be S ability details. And I'm going to make another right click and get an enum. This will be E ability name. Or ability type would be a better word. Let's do ability type. There we go. On the first one, we always want none. On the second one, this is going to be our basic attack 1, basic attack 2, basic attack 3. And then I want a burst attack, a skill attack, a ultimate, and then what we'll do in S ability details is we want a anim montage, object reference. This will be our montage. Then we want a float for damage. And finally, a float for cooldown. Back to BPC abilities, we're going to make a new variable of type ability type. And this will be a map with type S ability details. Compile and save that. And then all we do is drag that out and set it. And plug it into here. And connect them up. And this will be called ability details. And we'll just make sure that the function input is the same as well. Okay, cool. So we need to go back to our character assets, PDA characters. We need to add a new one of the same type. So we need to add ability type, turn it into a map, and add ability details. And again, right click this, label it ability details. Compile and save. Back in our third person character, grab PPC abilities when we are possessed, and we register our abilities, and we can get the data, and we can get ability details and pass it in. So we go to the event graph of BPC abilities. Now that we've registered our abilities, we can get them, and we can find basic attack 1, and then we can break ability details and pass montage in, and we can duplicate that 3 times. So now we've got ability details on the second one, and duplicate again on the third one. We'll just change that basic attack 2, basic attack 3. Compile and save. So now we've got IA ability 1, and we can paste that again to get our ability details, find, and our break. And this will be our burst ability. Duplicate it again, and we can get IA ability 2. Then we can get IA ultimate as well. And one will be skill, and one will be our ultimate. We can just do play montage on all of them. Montage into montage, skeleton into skeleton, and copy that across and around. So once you've got all your abilities set up on the key, compile and save, and then go to our character assets, go to Gideon. We can start adding in our basic attack abilities. So Gideon has 3 basic attacks. So now when I play as Gideon, here he is doing his basic attack combo. But that's not actually like doing anything, because we haven't told it what to do or how that works. So we'll do his other abilities as well. So we'll do a burst, and then a skill, and an ultimate. So all of your characters should have basic 1, 2, and 3, burst, skill, and ultimate as well. We can set the damage and the cooldown of those. So what we need now is a way of telling it at what point during the montage to like fire off a fireball or fire off the ultimate, and which one of those it's going to be. So to do that, we're going to right click in our abilities folder, get a blueprint class, and we're going to get what we call an animation notify. So type in anim notify, and we just want the anim notify, not the anim notify state. And we'll press select, and this will be an cast spell. And then inside our components, our abilities, what we're going to do is we're going to create a new custom event. A custom event. We'll call this cast spell. And then this is going to spawn an actor from class. We don't quite know which one that is. So right now, we're just going to do a print string that says spell. But this needs an input of spell type. So we're going to select event, come up to the details and select input. And this will be our ability type. We want to find that enum for ability type. And we can just slot that into our print string so we can know what ability is going. We go back to our animation notify, which is inside our abilities folder, animation notify. On these functions, on receive notify, we can get the mesh component, get owner, and then get component by class. We can get the abilities component. We can make sure that that is valid. So we make sure that whenever we're calling this, that it does have this abilities component. And if it is valid, then we can do cast spell. And that has a ability type input. And if we promote this to a variable, then we can make this instance editable and exposed on spawn. File and save that. And then inside of blueprints, character assets, open up Gideon, we'll open up his basic attack, find it with this little folder and open it up. And then I'll create a new track on this. And just about here is where I would say that his ability starts. So we can add a notify an cast spell. And then the ability type will be basic attack 1. And I can do that for his basic attack 2. And that one will be just about here. And then basic attack 3. Again, add notify, cast spell. And this cast spell we're going to use across all our characters. So it's completely modular in that. So now you can see base attack 1 and then base attack none, because I'm not setting the attack type. So base attack 3 and base attack 2 in those montages. Make sure you set those up. And we can see 1, 2, and 3, and we're cycling through them. So then back in our abilities, we know that this is receiving this message, and we need to know like what to spawn, whether we're spawning a fireball, whether we're spawning anything else. So in ability details, we're going to drag that out and we're going to find what ability we have mapped to this. But right now, this only has montages, damage, and cooldowns. It doesn't have any spell details. So we need to create some spells. So we're going to go third person, blueprints, abilities. We're going to create a new folder. Call this spells or abilities. And then we're going to open that up and we need to create a new blueprint class of type primary data asset again. This will be PDA abilities. And then we also need to create a new folder for spell BPs. And we're going to create a new blueprint class in there of type actor. And this will be BP base spell. Open that up. And inside here, we're going to have a Niagara particle system. And we're going to have a collision, a spear collision. Just make sure the spear collision is the root and the Niagara particle system is after that. Okay. In here, we're also going to add the projectile movement component, the projectile movement, and then we're just going to save that. While we're here, we may as well create some child blueprint classes. So this will be BP projectile, and then we can create another base class of BP like one shot. So it's just like we cast a spell and it's there, and then we can create some more base classes of BP aura, and then BP I think of what other things there could be. We'll just leave that one for now. So we've got a one shot, which is like we cast a spell and it's a one shot heal. We've got projectile, which is we're throwing an object, and then we've got an aura, which is attached to us and moves. In PDA abilities, we're going to create some more variables. This will be a name variable. This will be the spell name. I'm going to add some more. This will be a text variable. This will be spell details. Then we're going to add texture 2D. Not an array. It's a normal texture 2D. This will be the spell icon. So I have icon here. Then we're going to add a actor class reference, but actually I want this to be the spell. So BP base spell class reference. This will be the spell to spawn. I'm going to compile and save that. And then we also want a structure. And this will be S spell config. We can open this up. And we want some floats in here. So we want the movement speed of spell. Duplicate that so we can get the max movement speed of spell. Then we handle damage and cooldown inside our player. So when they cast the spell, we assign damage and cooldown there, so that you can use the same spell across like multiple people, but they can be more proficient with it or something. So then we want some Niagara effects. So Niagara particle system component. And then this will be the activated VFX. Want another one for the hit VFX. One more. But this one will be the sound cue. This one will be the fire SFX. And then we have the hit SFX. Oh, the impact FSFX would probably be better, but we've already named this, so that's fine. PDA abilities, we're going to add that config file. So S spell config, spell configurations. And then in our base spell, we're going to add that config file as well. S spell config. And we'll compile and save that. And then in PDA abilities, we should be all finished and ready to go. So what we're going to do now is right click, create a data asset. This will be our PDA abilities. So then we now have DA. Let's start with a classic fireball. And we can do spell names fireball, creates a ball of fire, icon, just an analog hack for now, and then it's going to be a projectile. Spell configuration, we want it to move at say like 400 a second up till it gets to 400. The activated VFX will be what it fires off when it gets there. The hit VFX will be what it is when it hits something, so like a little pop. Sound effects when we shoot it out, like it's spawn sound effects. Hit SFX, again, what sound effects it will do when it pops. So we are missing one from here, so we've got the activated and the hit, but not the as it's going sort of thing. So we got spell config. We're just going to add a new Niagara particle and move that between activated and hit, and this will be the moving VFX. And then what we need is in this ability details in our character. So we go back to blueprints, character assets, PDA characters. We're using ability details, which is using the S ability details. So here on the S ability detail structure, we're going to add the base PDA for abilities. So I call this abilities. So this will be our PDA abilities. And then we're going to move that up. So this will be the ability details. Just make sure you compile PDA characters. And then once we open up Gideon again, now we have our ability details. So we're just going to put fireball on his basic attacks. So every time he does this, he casts firewall. And then when we go to our BPC abilities, we can break S ability details. And then we can also get spell to spawn and put spell to spawn inside our spawn actor. The spawn transform will be get owner, and we can get actor location from there, and always spawn ignore collisions. We'll compile that. So now if we go to our base spell on begin play, I can put in a print string. We can say spell spawned. And there we go. So we're doing our basic attack, and we've got spell spawned as we are casting them. So we're going to jump back inside base spell, and we should already have this spell config file in our variables. Now we're just going to make it instance editable and expose on spawn, so that when we go back to BPC abilities, right click this spawn actor for our cast spell. We've got this spell config. So I can get ability details and I can get the config file, get spell configurations, and we can put it in there. File and save that, go back to base spell, and then on the construction script, we can get projectile movement, spell configuration, we can break spell config, and I've got movement speed and max movement speed. So we need to do the movement speed, which will be the initial speed and the max speed of the projectile. So the initial speed, and these need to be sets. So set initial speed, and then set movement speed, or set max speed. There we go, set max speed. And we can put set max movement speed and set movement speed in here. And because this is in the base, then all of the others that we've got are going to inherit that as well. So if we go to our abilities, spells or abilities, spells BP, so we're doing it in the base. It's only really going to affect the projectile. The one shot's just going to fire off. The aura is going to attach to us. So, but both of those will be speed 0, which we'll set up in a bit. Okay, next we're going to get the Niagara effect, and we are going to set particle asset, Niagara system asset set, set Niagara system asset, and then inside that will be the moving VFX. Okay, so one slight problem is we've got all of these as Niagara particle systems, and they need to be just Niagara systems. So back in spell config, Niagara, we're looking for the system, Niagara system object reference. So all of these Niagara component ones just need to be Niagara system ones. It's a bit annoying, but we may do. So Niagara system, and then we'll save that. So now back in base spell, we've got moving VFX, and we can add that just there. Hit VFX, fire VFX. We can do. Probably have movement sound SFX as well. You just set that here as well. And then in event graph, on begin play, we can get spell configuration and break it again. And we can get the fire activated VFX. So spawn system at location. Location will be get at to location. And then it'll be get at to rotation. So spawn system at location there. And then for the fire sound effects, we can do spawn sound at location as well. So now we're going to go and get some VFX so that we can actually see this working. And we're going to go to Fab. So we're going to go to Fab again. And we're going to go to VFX and price. And we're going to choose free. And I want ones that everyone should get for free as well. So we want these mixed VFX. These should be free for everyone. Make the version 5.4 and select add to project. And this comes with 17 particles with flashes and hits, slashes, fires, explosions, etc. So it's pretty useful. And we'll have the moving one. So you might need to come back to PDA abilities and compile that to change the assets. And now we go. So we want the fire arrow is the moving VFX. Fire arrow. And then probably just for now, I want the fire arrow hit and the fire arrow hit as both the hit and the activator VFX. And then SFX. There's a lot of sound effects that we get but none of them are like the whoosh of a fire or the pop of a fire hitting. So we'll sort those out in a bit. And now, if I so you can see that we are firing our arrow, but the gravity on our arrow is a lot. So we're going to leave here and go to projectile, and then we're going to set the gravity to 0. And then there's our fire arrow. Now the rotation isn't being updated because we've not got the character's rotation in there. You can see here we are firing our fire arrow, which is good. But let's update our rotation. So here we're not getting the rotation. So rotation, and then plug get active rotation into here. So now if I'm facing this way or this way, it's always going to fire in front of me. Like so. There's our fire arrow, or our fireball, all sorted out. We have the little cast effect that's popping off as well. Now what we can do to make this better is go to Gideon, and where he's firing off something, we can open up this montage, and we can add a notify track, right click, add notify, and we can play a sound. He's going to cast something, so we can do ability E.
Too slow.
And this will select random from his abilities, and all of these characters come with their own abilities, like sound effects. So I'm going to add another notify track.
You can't catch me.
I'm going to add a play particle effect, not a Niagara one, just a play particle one. And these will use the cascade system, which is the old system, but all the characters, all the Paragon characters come with their own effects, but they're the old effects. So if we do
You can't catch me. Too slow.
there we go, you can see that he's on hand R. We're going to flash some effects here. Only on the first one because I've not set it up. So if I
goodbye,
there's his spell.
You can't catch me
On his hand. So that straight away makes our thing look loads better. But right now, as we can see, it's coming from like the center of our body. So we should change the cast spell here. And what we can do is we can, from get owner, we can do, in fact, we're already storing the owner skeleton, so we can just get owner skeleton and then get socket location. And we can put that into in socket name. And then instead of spawn transform location being get actor location, do a select. So we can do a select here based on if this in socket name equals none. And if that's true, we use the actor location. If it's not true, we use the socket that we've asked for. So here in our AN cast spell, we've got this socket name, and we're just going to promote this to a variable, not a local one, a normal one. Socket to cast from. And then inside Gideon, we're going to find his first animation. And I'm going to get the AN cast here. And once everything's saved and compiled. Oh, I haven't made this socket to cast instance editable, and it's on Swan. It should be. So what we'll do is AN cast spell. That's fine. And then inside the animation, we now get this. So the first one comes from hand_r.
Goodbye.
So there
Too
we go.
slow.
Now we're
You
firing
can't catch me.
from there,
Goodbye.
and the others are firing from his middle because we've not set that bit up just yet.
Too slow.
So that straight away looks loads better.
You can't catch me.
We just need to replicate that for all of the others. What I'm going to do is, because I'm testing this a lot, this sound effect, I'm just going to put the volume multiplier and the pitch multiplier at 0. So if we do the same on the other montages, so go to Gideon, and we're to B, cast, and underscore, this one's actually the left, and then number C, cast, hand underscore R, now we see that they're all firing from his hands rather than anywhere else. So that's already improved that. So back in BPC abilities where we've got the spawn actor, there's this pin here for owner. What we're going to do is we're going to get owner from the component, and we'll compile and save that, and then we'll open up our base spell. So back to blueprints, abilities, spells or abilities, spell BP, base spell. And what we'll do is when this sphere on component begin overlap, we will just do a print string just to say it's overlapped. Then, so now when we fire this off, it's overlapping on us, as you can see. So we'll do base spell if other actor does not equal, exclamation point equals for not equals, and then we do get owner. And if it doesn't equal, so if that's true, then it's overlapped. So now what we need to do is we're just going to get blueprints. I'm just going to get this third person character and shove him out, and then I'll do play from here. Fire this across, and you can see that it overlaps and prints off overlap. Okay, so that's overlapping with our character. And you can ignore this. This is just because it's the third person character that we're trying to inherit from and do stuff to. So what we're going to do is base spell on overlap. Instead of printing overlap, we're going to spawn Niagara. So I'm going to spawn system application, get the spell configuration, break it, and then we'll do the hit VFX. And this will be other actor, get actor location. And that should do what we need. We can just destroy the actor, which is this spell. So hopefully we get that poof effect that someone's been hit, and then it destroys like that, which is exactly what we want to do. So we can confirm that's working, and then we can also do play sound application, and this will be the hit sound effect, actor location, into destroy actor. We don't need that print string anymore. Now, this is set up in our base spell, but actually when we need to like do heals and stuff, we don't want this to trigger here because it's going to overlap and then destroy itself. So we're going to grab all of this, press Ctrl X, go to abilities, spells BP, and I'm going to put this in the projectile. Paste that in here and compile it. And then all we need to do is make sure that our fireball is getting BP projectile, and it's going to change all the functions inside that to run exactly the same as you can see here. So that's good. So now, because of the way we've set this up, then we can get DA fireball and move it over, and this will be DA water ball. And then we can have another one for DA lightning ball. And once I open up DA lightning ball, instead, we can just change all the variables. So instead of fire hit, we'll have lightning hit. Lightning arrow hit. And then fire arrow becomes lightning arrow. And lightning hit. Lightning arrow hit. That'll do. So then back inside our character, Gideon, his first attack will be a lightning ball and his second attack will be a fireball. Once all the systems are done preparing. And that's how you just simply create different attacks that all share the same functionality. So they all do their Niagara effects and their particle effects, and you just create different data assets for each and assign them to the ones that you want and require. Let's look at burst. So I'm just going to change base attack back to fireball, and then for burst we can do lightning ball. And the montage, we need a new montage, so we're going to go and find Paragon Gideon. And I'm going to go to characters, global, not global, heroes, Gideon, animations. Just going to have a look through his animations. And I think this portal blast fast is probably a good one for us to have. So I'm going to right click portal blast fast and create an anim montage from that. And then I'm going to decide if I want it on the default slot, which will be it stops me moving, or if I want it on the upper body slot, which only fires it off on the top half. So I'm going to add a notify here. This will be cast spell, and the ability type here will be burst, and the socket to cast from will be hand_R again. And then actually the lightning spell goes from about here. So once I add this to DA Gideon, portal blast fast, and I remember what I've got the burst on keyboard, I think it's Q. It is, there we go. You can see that it's firing his fire arrow, and we've got his basic attack doing his basic attack, and his fire arrow, his burst skill doing his burst skill. But I can spam that burst skill, so we are going to fix that as well. So in BPC abilities, right, so let's handle cooldowns. To do that, we're going to create a custom event called add to cooldown. And then we're going to use the event tick. We're going to turn this on and off as we need it. So we're going to have a list of cooldowns. So we need a variable of type name. And this needs to be a map. And this needs to be of type float. This will be cooldowns. Okay. And we're going to set, no, we're not. We're going to get cooldowns and get it here and then add to it here on add to cooldowns, obviously. And we're going to put the pink pin and the green pin into add to cooldowns. And then we're going to get enable tick, set component tick enabled. And this will start our tick. As standard, we're going to get class settings or class defaults and untick start with tick enabled. So this isn't ticking. And then what we're going to do is from cooldowns and get our keys here and do a for each loop, put our keys into it there. And from array element, we're going to find our cooldown. And we're going to minus that, subtract it from delta seconds. So we're going to look through the keys. So if we had fireball, for instance, we're going to look for fireball here, and then we are going to reduce fireball's cooldown by the seconds from that. We're going to get a max float, and if we press control, we'll move it from the bottom. And then if max float is less than or equal to 0, we're going to get a branch. And if it's true, so if our cooldown is at 0, we're going to remove it from the map using this array element. So we're making sure that we're getting the same one that we're looking at and reducing. And if we've reduced it to 0, we're going to remove it. And if it's false, then we are going to add it, use add map. And we're going to add the same array element with the new max here. And because these cooldowns can only take one name, so you can only have one fireball in them at a time, it overwrites the other one with the new function. Okay. The other thing that we're going to do is we get cooldown again. When we've removed the final one, we're going to get cooldown, and we're going to get keys. I'm going to check is empty, and that will indicate that the last one's been removed. So we'll get a branch, and if that's true, we're going to set component tick enabled, and we're going to disable that. This won't print it. This won't run anymore. This is what you'll see now. Let's do a print string. What's point? Print string here. And right now it won't do anything. It won't start. But on the top, once I add to cooldown to the top of this ability, so we'll do add to cooldown. The cooldown will be the value, and then in ability details, we just need to get spell name and add that as the key. So now our basic attacks already have a cooldown enabled, so I can't actually spam them. But if I press Q, and I set up an actual cooldown, because I've not actually done that. So we go to our burst and we'll set up a cooldown of say 5 seconds. What we'll see now is it'll print hello for 5 seconds, and then it'll stop. Or it should have done 1 second. There we go. And then we know that that one's come off. But how do we stop it actually spamming it from that? So that's our cooldown activated. So on ability, we just need to check if the ability details here, if the spell name is inside cooldowns. So we get cooldowns and we can do contains this spell name, and we get a branch. And if that's false, then we can cast it again. So we'll do Q. I'm pressing Q to try and press it again. As soon as it comes out of that, I should be able to press Q like that, as you see. Now I've got to wait 5 seconds before being able to use it again. And now I can use it again. And then to make sure that that's working on everything, we just take this contains and put it on all of our attacks abilities here. So we'll do cooldown, contains, get the ability details, get the name, get branch. And if it doesn't, then we play it. And as soon as we do it, then we run the add to cooldown event. And we pass in the key and the value. We can duplicate add to cooldown just here. We can get the spell name. Pass it in here, and then get cooldowns just for the ultimate. And check if we contain the name and branch. If we don't, carry on. So it is a little bit of a mess, but it's the easiest way of showing you what I'm on about. Like that. Okay, compile and save that. And now we've got cooldowns active as well, which is what we want and need. So that's the cooldown. So we need to also do damage as well. So we've got cooldown and damage. We've already done cooldown, and we need to do damage as well. So we're going to go back into our third person, blueprints, abilities, base spell, base spell. And I want to add in just a float here, and this will be damage. Compile and save that. And then this also needs to be instance editor and expose on spawn. And then back inside BPC abilities, if we refresh this, we've got an option here for damage. Okay, so what we can do is inside our projectile, once we've overlapped something before we've destroyed it, we can do by damage. Damaged actor will be the other actor that we've hit, and the damage will be if we show inherited variables, the variables we got from base spell, we can get the damage just here. Then we can stop showing inherited variables. And we compile and save that. And that's how we would apply damage for all our spells that we have shooting off and firing. Now we need to visually represent what abilities each character has. So we're going to need a widget for that. So we're going to go to widgets, and we're going to create a new folder for abilities. Open that up, and then we're going to create a widget blueprint. This will be WBP ability, and then a canvas panel. And we're going to get vertical box just put it in the middle for the time being. And an image, this will be our spell image. And then we want 2 text boxes inside this vertical box as well. Okay. Select the vertical box, size to content. Select the image. Let's put a test image in there. And then we'll increase that to like 128 each. Select the text box. And then this will be the name and then the ability. So like this will be ability icon. Then we've got the text box of ability type. And all of these need to be variables. So ability type. And then we've got ability name. So ability type we can have first. Ability name will be fireball. So then if we'll go to ability icon, make that fill, and then the 2 others make those auto. That should be fine. And then they all need to be variables, so ability type and ability type. And then we change that to custom on screen. Or desired. Put that in there. Position X0, position Y0. And then we've got our abilities in there. Go to graph. Ability type, ability name, ability icon. We just set the text on those. Set text, and set brush from texture, non-construct. Set those, promote in text to variable and texture to variable. And then make sure these are instance editable and exposed on Swarm. So then we've got the ability type text, ability type name, and ability icon, or icon ability. Compile and save that, and then we're going to create another widget. This will be WBP ability display. So then again, canvas panel, we can get our ability in here. VPC party switcher, we can go from completed, we can do create widget. We can add our abilities display. We can add that to viewport. And now, here we have our abilities on the corner, but they're not actually displaying anything, which is fine. So our abilities display is here, Just going to move all of these down to this corner, center them a little bit. Now they're more over here than they were over here, so that is where we want them. In WBP abilities, what we're going to do is create a new custom event. And this will be update details. Slide that in to our set text, and then the in texts and the texture will actually just go in there, so we don't need these variables at all, because we're not actually creating this widget, it's just sitting here ready to go. So then in ability to display, that'll be fine. What we'll do in here is on construct, get our WBP abilities, and we'll run that event of update details. And we'll do that for all of them. And then we just need to get the actual details itself. So we'll add a active index number here. So we want an integer. So be the active index. And then we'll pass in the party data from party switcher. So just go copy party data and paste that in the variables. And then we're going to get party data, get a copy of it, of the active index, and get ability details. And then for each of these, we're going to find first, then break it to get the ability details. So this will get ability, get name. So we've got get icon there. Get icon goes into there. And then we've got the name, get spell name, and the type. That it is. So this one will be first. This one will be skill. And this one will be ultimate. We'll just move those along so that we can grab this, duplicate it, and put those over here. So we've got skill, duplicate it again, and this one is ultimate. Icons in there. I didn't save that. Go back to BPC party switcher, and in ability display we just need to make the index and the expose on spawn instant editable and expose on. So then in party switcher, we've got party data and active index, and there we go. Lightning ball, fireball. So I've just got one of those the wrong way around. So it's this one and this one. So just disconnect those. Okay, so burst at the top, skill on the left, fireball bottom right. And then we'll make this update function a custom event, so I can call that from somewhere else. Update screen abilities, and then from construct we'll just call update screen ability, remove this, and then in party switcher promote the ability screen to a variable. And then once we have we'll need to pass in the party data and the index here, and then pass them in at the top as well. And then back in party switcher, once we get this new variable for abilities, we can call update screen ability, pass in our party data and our active index. Do that for each of them. We've only got 2 at the minute. Just make sure that our Wukong character has a spell. So burst, water ball. Let's make sure the water ball has a different hat so you can see it. So we make this icon just like that. And now we have our skill, our swap here. So you need to make sure that all of the array goes to all of the locations. Update screen ability in abilities. I don't know why it's saying that. There we go. So now when we swap, you can see it changes to our abilities. But it's not like in the ability details because we're trying to find one that doesn't actually exist. So if I mix it up a little bit, there you go. You got lightning ball, water ball, and it's changing and mixing up. But I don't really like notes or errors on the work, so what we're going to do is we're going to shove in WBP abilities. We're going to get the PDA from here, from ability details, and put that in there, and then attach that to each of these targets. So get rid of the gets and put them into target. So it should go target ability details, find, break it, get the spell name, to text, and then get the icon. And then we can get rid of the array and the integer. We can remove those completely. Compile that, refresh the one that's on update screen on the construct, and then promote this target to a variable. And this will be updater abilities or character abilities. Character abilities. And this will be instance editor and expose on spawn. And then back inside our party switcher, if we refresh this, it'll just ask for character abilities. So we can get party data and get a copy and pass that in. Control C that. Then where we're doing it, you want to Control V into the targets. So we can get the target like so. Compile that, and that'll get rid of our error message on there, and we'll still be able to swap as we have done previously. Okay, what we need to do now is we're going to create a way of seeing which characters are assigned in our party when we pause a menu so that we can swap between our team members. So first off, we're going to need to go to widgets, and we're going to right click and make a new folder, and this will be our preview party folder, or our party folder, whichever one you want to call it. And we need to create a user interface. This will be our widget blueprint. WP party preview screen. We can open that up. And we're going to need a canvas panel in there. Then we need 3 images. Well, 4 images. To be about that size. I'm going to right click it and I'm going to wrap it with a button. So I want to be able to press on the images to say which team member I want to swap. So inside there, the button, we're going to then select this image that's inside the button and make it fill the whole screen. But you can see there's some line edging. So padding, make it 0. Go to the button, and then on the style, there'll be normal padding, make that 0, and leave the press padding alone. And this will be party member 0, and we're just going to start with party member 0 for the time being, and make sure the image is a variable. This will be party member 0 image. And then we want a horizontal box on the bottom of the screen, so that when you click it, this box pops up and says, what party members would you like to also be included, or like to swap to? But we need a way of displaying like the actual image of the party member. I don't want to display just their icon, I want to display like a full-on character. So we're going to make a blueprint class of type actor. This will be BP preview stage. And then we're going to open that up. And all I need in here is a skeletal mesh, and a scene capture component 2D. Just temporarily, I'm going to put the skeletal mesh here to be Gideon, just so I can see where things are. And then this skeletal capture component, I'm just going to bring it out a little bit. Just move it around. I'm also going to set it to orthographic and change the width to be like 165 as well. And then down here, we need to get this texture target. So we need to set up a texture target. So we need to right click and get a render target. This will be party member 1. But in fact, let's make it RT party member 0. So it lines up with all of our other things. So then we'll open that up, and render target is fine. Let's make it 1024 by 1024. Wrap, and then make this SRB. And then this will be our party member 0 on our BP preview stage, and then in event graph for the preview stage. Just on begin play. Our scene capture component, and we are going to capture the scene. We'll compile that. And then this image here will be our party 0, party member 0. Okay. Compile and save that. And then when we bring out this preview stage, press begin play, and then close it, and inside party member should have had an image. What I forgot to do was rotate this camera so it's actually looking, well, it's actually looking just here rather than at the character. So we're going to rotate this camera by 90, no, minus 90, so that the red line is facing our character. Compile it and save it, and then when we play and close it, this RT party member, this should now be what we see, which is our character on there. So we've now got this image that appears on our preview character, but for whatever reason it's not proper like setup of an image. It's fine inside here and it's good, but inside here is broken. So what we can do is we're going to right click and create a material, and this will be RT party member 0 matte, and then we open that up and select user interface and translucent, set RGB into the final color and apply, and that will apply that just there. And then back in preview screen, we'll select this image and make it our material, and that's fixed. That just there. So we know that that works and is view. And now we're going to get party member 0 and duplicate it. And duplicate it again. And one more. Just straighten them out a little bit. And then we've got party member 0, 01, 02, like 03. So I know roughly which ones those are, so I'm going to leave it, but you should name these in a better way, honestly. We're going to get RT member 0, duplicate it. Now we've got RT member 1, duplicate that. RT member 2, duplicate that. RT member 3. And then we're going to right click on RT member 1, make a material, right click on RT member 2, make a material, right click on RT member 3, and create a material. And then we are going to open each of those materials and do the same thing. User interface, make them translucent, connect the RGB, click apply and save on all 3 of those new ones. So user interface, translucent, attach the final color, apply and save. And finally, member 3, user interface, translucent, attach RGB to final color, apply and save. Now we've got one for each member of our party. And we've got one preview stage. So what we need to do is in our preview stage, we need to pass in what the skeleton will be and also which render target that we need to use. So we're going to open up preview stage, and on the construction script, we're going to get our skeletal mesh asset and do set skeletal mesh asset and promote this new mesh to a variable. And this needs to be instance editable and exposed on spawn. And this is skeleton to display. And then in the event graph, I want to get this scene capture component and drag that out and say set texture target. this texture target, I'm going to promote this to a variable, but this is going to work a little bit different. So I'm going to get this texture target and get a copy. I'm going to take this texture target and turn it into an array. Change the variable type to an array. And then from the array at the top, I'm going to get a copy. Put that into the texture target instead. And we're going to promote this index to a variable. This will be the active party index. And that will be instance editor when exposed on spawn. This texture target here, we're going to add 4 to it. 1, 2, 3, 4. And this will be party member 0, party member 1, party member 2, and party member 3. I'm going to compile and save that. So what's going to happen is when we spawn our preview party widget, we're going to create 4 of these, and I'm going to tell it which skeleton to populate with, which party member it is, and that's going to choose which of the real-time capture things to write the new image to. And then inside our preview screen, I'm going to go to the graph, and I'm going to add a material, and that's going to be an array. And we're going to compile and save that. And then inside that, I'm going to add 4 of those. And that's going to be our material. Now, you might not need to do this because we can just hard program it in, but I'm just more conscious that if the material changes, I want to make sure I've got a record of the material that is used on those images so that we can adjust it dynamically, which you'll see in a second. Because we could just go to the designer and put the right material on the right one. Like this. And in theory, it should update when they update, but I just like to make sure. All right, in event construction, we need to get the active party and do a for each loop through that. So we can test this is working and then fix it a different way. So we can do a cast to BP player controller, third person player controller. And then I can get the party switcher, which is the component. And then I can get the active party. These are all the people I need portraits of. And we can do an array. And then what we do is we can spawn actor from class. And this will be our preview actor, preview stage. And we can right click spawn transform, have it spawn there. Always spawn, ignore collisions, not really bothered where it spawns. And then from array index, I can do mesh, get mesh, and pass the skeleton to display in via get skeletal mesh asset. Get skeletal mesh asset, not this one, because if you see this one runs editor only. So we want get skeletal mesh asset, and I want this function here, the green one. Active party index is going to just be the array index. And then what we'll do is this image array is we'll drag this out, get a copy, and connect array index into here. And then this array index, we can do a switch on int. And we can add 4 pins here. And then each of these images, so party member image 0, we can do set brush from texture and connect this get. apologies, it's set brush from material. Because texture we would normally use, but it doesn't work for render targets. So we'll just do this 4 times. And do it for each of these images. So image 1, image 2, and image 3. Connect the get up to each of those. 2 and 4. And this player controller, just temporary, will just be get player controller. In fact, we can fix this now. We can do get player controller, get component class. We can do party switcher, and then make sure the active party is in there. Just to make sure it's safe, we're just doing is valid at the start of it, just to make sure that that is a valid controller. Right, so now if I go to third person, I can just temporarily, in fact, no, let's do it slightly proper. Blueprints, third person controller, and then right click, and I want a key event P, not the debug one. Well, the debug one will be fine because we'll put it as an input soon. This is going to then create a widget. So debug event T, create a widget, and then I want the preview screen. We're just going to add to viewport just to test that the whole thing is working. Now what you'll notice is if I leave this preview screen in, when I play and press P, I've got one but not the other. So if I stop that and press and then play again and press P, now I have both of them lit up. As you can see, they are both showing sort of everything, and we don't want that. So currently the lighting is being captured and everything. So if we go to scene component, we can come down here and we can look at these general show flags, and these take some fiddling, but what we can do is we start at the top, the turn off atmosphere, turn off fog, go down, leave deferred lighting on, then turn off all the rest, and then we keep going. So we leave all of them on apart from motion blur, which is fine, and then yep, skylight, ambient occlusion, all the rest, all the way down to lighting, get turned off. Lighting stays on and post-processing gets turned off. Now we'll compile third person, press the P button, and we can't see the background, but we can still see our characters. So we're going to go back to preview stage, and we're going to add in the show only actor components. And then we're going to say include from child actors and self. File send. And then play again, then we'll press P. We've got our party separated by each of the things. That's all working perfectly fine, and we can make that a bit fancier by just going to the preview stage, and we can add in a light here, add in a point light or a directional light, whichever you want. And then if we play it, it'll take some fiddling to sort of get it how you want, but you can now see the light on there. We can add in a background, so we can do like a static mesh. And put it as a cube. And just make it sort of bigger. And you can see there's like a cube behind it, so you can make it as fancy as you want it to be. Okay. We need a way of closing that menu, so I'm just going to go to the third person character, and temporarily I'm just going to do a flip, flop, and then I'm going to do remove from parent. I'm going to turn off context sensitive, get this widget. The value will be this one. So when I press P again, it will close down the widget that we're in. So I can go back to the other screen. What we'll notice is if I press P, closes down, press it again, you see how it keeps getting lighter. What's happening here is that these widgets are this preview. In fact, there's a better way of showing you. So I'll do a lot just very quickly, and then I'll go to the outliner, and we should see lots of these preview actors. So this preview stage 11 times, which is not what we want. So inside party preview, we're going to promote this return value to a variable. And then we're going to make it an array. We're going to get the array and do add, and add it to the array, and connect that up. And then right at the start, after we check that this is valid, I want to get that array and for each loop for it. Connect complete to the other for each loop, and the is valid to the exec. And from loop body, we're going to destroy actor. Compile and save that. And then we're going to just copy that loop and make a new event, which is called event destroy or event destruct here. So user interface event destruct. It's a pre-made event, and we just want to for each loop and destroy the actor. So this is what happens when we shut down stuff, and this is going to run on this part for when we choose a new character and want to respawn everything. So just based on that, we are going to make a new custom event. So right click custom event, add custom event, and this will be refresh party preview. Connect that to the is valid, and then from event construct, we're going to call refresh party preview and disconnect this other line. Just means that we can call this event whenever we want to, really. Now, when I press P, you can see that the light stays exactly the same on there. Okay, a couple of bits we want to do next. We want, in our preview widget, we're going to right click and create a new widget. This will be of WBP tooltip. And we're going to open that up. And I want a background blur. And then on that background blur, I want a vertical box. And then inside that, I'm going to want a horizontal box. And then inside that, I want an image and text. And then underneath that horizontal box, I'm going to duplicate that. So I've got two boxes now. And then in between both of those horizontal boxes, I'm going to have another text block. We might want to put a spacer just in between. And we can adjust the size of the spacer by changing the Y variables. We'll have a spacer in between all of those. There we go. So vertical box at the top is fine, horizontal box is fine. This image will be our character icon. This text will be our character name. And we're just going to make sure that both of these are variables, they are. And we're going to make the icon 128 by 128. And we're going to put the text in. So make sure we're selecting the character name and put that in the middle. And this background blur can be desired, so it's like that, which is fine. This little icon down, this text box will start here. This will be the bio. And then this little text box with this image, we're going to make 64 by 64. This will be ability skill image. And this text box will be ability name. Make both of those variables. And we'll compile and save that. So back in Designer for the preview, I'm going to select this first image and make sure I'm on the actual button. And there should be down here a tooltip. We've got tooltip text, not going to touch that. We're going to look at tooltip widget. And we're going to create a binding for that. What we're going to do is we're going to create widget. And then we're going to create our tooltip. I'm going to put that over here. Now, you've probably been told lots, including by myself, not to use these bindings that are inside these widgets. And normally I'd say that was the case, because when you do a print string and something happens inside this widget, it runs every second. So let me go to Designer and I'll go to the image and I'll put a binding on this color and opacity. And we'll do a print here. This will just print 1 to show you what I mean. So now, when I load up the P screen, that 1's printing all the time. I'm going to delete that. And remove the binding on color and opacity. But when I have the tooltip on here, then it will only print 1, and I'll show you. So to make this happen, we need to go to third person player controller. We need to show mouse cursor, set show mouse cursor, and put that as a tick. And then when I come off it, I need to just untick that. So then press play, press P, and you can see my tooltip is here, and it only prints hello 1 time whenever I leave it and go back onto it. So when I go back onto it, then it's getting this widget. Right now there's no text in it, and that's fine, so we're going to do the text dynamically. So if we go back to our tooltip here, then we have the character name, the character icon, the bio. So we're going to grab those. Character icon, the bio, the ability skill, and the ability name. And we're just going to do set text. Set text for the bio, and set text for the ability as well. And then for the character icon, we're going to set texture. Set brush from texture. And we'll duplicate that and plug that into the target. And all of these in text and textures, they're all going to need to be variables. that are exposed on spawn. So we get rid of this event tick, we don't need that, and the pre-construct. And then we'll do in-text, promote to variable, texture, promote to variable, in-text, promote to variable, texture, promote to variable, and in-text, promote to variable. And then this first in-text is the name text, and the icon is the character icon, and then the bio is the character bio, and then we want the ability skill image, so skill image, and then skill name. Compile and save that, and just go through each of these new variables that we've got, and we'll expose it on spawn. So instance editable, expose on spawn, instance editable, expose on spawn, compile, save that. And then inside our preview screen, where we are get party member 0 tooltip, we double click that, find this tooltip and refresh it. We can get rid of this print string, that's proven a point sort of thing. And in the event graph where we get this active party, what we can do is we can copy this, or we can promote this to a variable. I'm just going to copy it, and this active party, instead of active party, this will be the party data. So we're going to get party data, and then we want to get a copy, and this will just be index 0. And then we can get the name or ID, that goes into name or ID, icon, get icon, bio, get the bio, and then skill image, we get ability details, and we find the skill, we break ability details, and we get the image, the icon from ability details, get icon from ability details, and then also get spell name as well. So now I can compile that, and when I press P, on the first one we've got Gideon, a gruff bloke, fireball, and the icon. Okay, now that doesn't work on the second one, but it does work on the first one. It floats around as we go, so that is useful. So now let's make it work on the second, the third, and the fourth one. So it doesn't work on the second one because it's constantly getting this get 0. So what we're going to do is in the get party member tooltip, we can either duplicate this 3 times and set it up individually, or drag out and promote this to a variable. And this will be that active member. We'll compile and save that. And then in the event graph, we're going to get each of the buttons, and on hovered to each of these buttons, it's 2, I'm missing 1, there we go, that's 3. We're just going to set the active member index, so you can duplicate that 4 times, and then we've got 1 at 0, 1 at 1, 1 at 2, and 1 at 3. So this is party member 0, then we've got party member 1, party member 2, and party member 3. If we go to the designer and just on each of these buttons, scroll down to the widget, then we can set up this tooltip widget. Make sure you get it on each of them, so press this little binding. You don't want this one because for whatever reason it likes to freak out. And I don't know what's going on there. So just lock it to the first one, compile and save. And now currently we've only got 2 characters, so I press P. And I've got Wukong, the Monkey King with his lightning ball, and Gideon, a gruff bloke with his fireball. And it swaps between them, and these guys don't have any. And just to stop those messages come up, what we'll do is we'll get an is valid on the end here. So if the thing that we're retrieving is valid, we create the tooltip, and if not, we don't create it. And that should fix tooltip not showing up. See, we can't get in, and then nothing on these, and then no more error message. So that's what we want, really. So we're still in the party preview screen. If we go back to designer, we've got this horizontal box, which is going to be where we have all our unlocked characters. So we're going to be able to press on the portrait, and it's going to populate with all the unlocked characters. Pressing on unlocked character, and it will change it for that member that we've pressed on. So to do that, first off, we're going to need each of these buttons. The party member 0, they aren't clicked for each of them. So when we click on them, what's it going to do? And then we're going to get a custom event and add it, and this will be populate unlocked characters. And what we're going to do is just call populate unlocked characters from each of these button clicks. Now populate unlocked characters is going to, for each loop, unlock characters for each loop on our unlock characters, which we don't currently have yet. But we can do the same thing that we've done here in get party members, where we can get player controller and then get the component by class. So we're going to copy that, go to the event graph and paste that. And then I'm going to click on this little magnifying glass for party switcher. This should probably be called party manager, honestly. And then where we are getting party data, I'm going to press Control D, and these will be the unlocked characters available. Control and save that. And currently we have our 2 characters, Gideon and Wukong, and they are in our party. What I'm going to do is I'm going to remove Wukong from the party. So we just got Gideon, and then we'll have Gideon and Wukong populate. So in the party preview screen, we're going to get our unlocked actors and put that into the for each loop. And then what we're going to need to do is create a new widget. So we want an icon that we can click on. So we're going to go third person, blueprints, widgets, probably put it in preview party, and then we're going to right click and create a new user interface. And this will be WBP character icon. Open that up. This will be a really simple widget. It's going to be a button with a image inside, and the image is going to be the whole size. Go to the button, get rid of the normal padding, and just leave the press padding on there. This will be the character icon. What we'll do is on the button, we'll go to tooltip widget and put another one in and create a binding to that. and we can come to our party preview screen and we can use the same kind of binding. So we can do get player controller, get component by class. And this time we're going to get the unlocked. So copy both of those. And then going to get unlocked characters available. And then get a copy. Promote this to a variable, this index. So this will be unlocked index. And this will need to be instance editable when it's supposed on spawn. And then from here, we're going to create widget. And this will be our tooltip. Then actually what we can do to make life a bit easier is just copy all of this. Paste it in here. And then the get will go into each of these nodes. Just like that. But right now we're not telling this unlocked index whatever it is. So we're going to go compile and save. Leave our designer just here. Go back to our preview screen. And in the event graph, here we're calling this. We're going to create a widget, which will be our icon. And the array index will be the unlocked index. And we're going to get our horizontal box, which isn't a variable at the moment. So go to designer, select horizontal box. And this will be the unlocked characters. And get that box and add to add child. Not add child to horizontal box, just add child. And that's going to go to the content. The thing that we need to do beforehand is we're just going to get unlock characters and make sure it's empty beforehand. So we're going to clear it. Then we can compile, save that, and then we can test it. So go to level third person, press P, click on one of these, and you can see that we have our Gideon and Wukong all being sorted. There's no image on here. The tooltip works fine, but the image has not come through because we've not actually set up the image in the character icon. So let's go to character icon, go to the event graph, and then make sure that our character icon is a variable, which it is. We can get character icon, and then we can do set image or set brush from texture. And if we get this tooltip one, then we know that we can just grab all of those nodes that we need, go to the event graph, and set the icon. So now when I press P, I've got the icon for both of these characters on here, just like that. So you'll notice that there's a slight bug here because we only have one character, and when I press P, actually Wukong is still here. So that is because we have these materials set on our images. So if we just cancel those off and leave these as white, now when I play, it'll only ever be 1 or 3 or 4 depending on what we've got. But it's because the material doesn't update, because there's no render target for it to update, so it never spawns 2 updates, it just remembers the last one. So it's a little bit complex. I knew there was a reason that I said we could do it this way, but maybe that wouldn't work, and that was it. I just remembered. Okay, so you'll notice now that when we click on our characters, our icons are all a little bit bunched up and don't look great. So we're going to go to our character icon, and on the image size, we're just going to make that 128 by 128. And then when we press P, select this character, they all look a little bit better. And the more characters we've got, the more it'll overlap and carry on down the line. Okay, so let's now make it so that any time that we click on the button at the bottom for a party member, it switches it with the one that we clicked at the top. So to do that, we want our character icon, and we're going to call it an event dispatcher for on switch requested. And this needs an input of our character base data asset. So PDA characters objects, and this will be the switch to character. So we need to get this button, and on clicked, call this on switch requested. What we can do is this get here, we can just promote this to a variable so that we already have that information handy. And this will be the character details, like so. And then character details can go just in here. Compile and save that, and then inside our party preview screen, we can get a return value here. We can bind on switch requested, create a custom event, and do switch requested, and then this active member. So every time we hover over or click, we've got an active member, and we already know the details for this here, for the character of the icon that we've just clicked. So we can do our get component by class for our party switcher, and then we can do set array element, and the target array will be active party, so get active party. In fact, apologies, it won't be, it'll be party data, so get party data. So with party data, just make sure the item doesn't go into the switch to character, goes into item, and then the index is the active member index. And then from set component by class, we need to do a spawn party and compile and save that. So now when I press P, select this second one and press Wukong. Nothing happens. Let's go to spawn party. That's because on spawn party, when we're trying to spawn, the active party has to be false, but we've already spawned through it, so the active party is not false. So we need to handle what happens when it's false. And the reason for that is we want to spawn it on the location that the old party was. So we'll handle that now. So the way that we're going to do that is we're going to get this active party, and we're going to do a get a copy, and then we're going to get this active party index. So this will tell us which party member we've got. And from there, we're going to do two things. We're going to get at a location, and then we're going to get at a rotation. Okay, now we already have a location variable, so we can then just set that here and connect false. And this rotation variable, I can just promote to a new variable. And this will be spawn rotation. We can connect that up as well. And then if we're swapping characters, then we can get the active party index and set that to 0. So it goes back to our first character. And then all we need to do is pass that to the execute and compile that. So that handles our location for our party switcher. Now we need to handle what happens if we don't have anyone in the party, because this set array element is only going to set it for arrays that are already in here. So if we are looking at number 4 but we don't have number 4, then it's not going to do anything. What we're going to do is from the party data, we're going to get length, then we're going to -1, and that'll be the actual length of our array. We're going to get active member, double check that the active member is more or less than, checking if the length -1 of the party data is more than or equal to the active member. And if that's true, so if we've clicked on number 1 and the party data only has 1 in it, then this will set the array element here and it'll be fine. But if we click on, say, number 4, but our party data hasn't got number 4 in, then this will be false. And what we need to do at that point is party data and add. And we put the switch to character to the add, and then the spawn party just up here. So what you'll notice now is we can play our game, press P, select our grid, select our Wukong, and then we can press P again, and our new party is Gideon, and Wukong. So it's adding the party member, but it's adding it in the run slot, and it's re-adding Gideon on top of that. And that is because in Party Switcher, we still have this active party where the party data is looking through. So it's getting the Gideon and Wukong, and then it's adding it back to active party, but we're never actually clearing the active party. So we need to clear the active party. But just before this loop, we're going to get a branch. And again, we're going to check if party data is empty. And if that's true, it's going to carry on. And if it's false, then we're going to get the active party and do a for each loop. So from false, make sure true goes in there into the for each loop, and false goes into the active party for each loop. We're just going to do destroy actor, and then we get the active party, and we shall clear. And from the clear, then we can go back to for each loop. And now if we do P, select this one, back to P, I've only got 2 members in my party, press 2, and I've got the new character in the same location. But you'll notice that 2 things have happened. First one, top left corner, we haven't actually got our new character's details updated. And second one, bottom right corner, we aren't updating our fireball or lightning ball. And the third one is this is updated, but if I say add a new character, we don't get the new character portrait here. So there's like 3 things that are wrong. Let's get them fixed. First one's pretty easy. The character portrait, we'd already had a refresh party preview here. So we can just call, after we spawn our party, we can call refresh party preview. Do a compile and save. So now when I click Gideon, this one, he pops up straight away. Super easy. That doesn't fix our problem in the right corner or the left corner. And then it's just on the event destruct for our party preview, we'll just get is valid again. Make sure the actor we're trying to destroy when we come off is valid, because we'll have already destroyed one of the actors up here. So that handles that. So then back in spawn party, we need to handle the So now to fix the overlapping text, in BBC Switcher, we're going to get the new var, which is the ability slots. So just call that properly, ability slots. And on completed, where it's setting up those ability slots, so it's running through and doing that, but then it's overwriting the ones that we already have. So we're going to get our ability slots, convert it to a validate get, and if it's the first time running through, then we're going to set it up properly. If it's the second time, all we're going to do is we're going to grab the code that we have for our switching, but is valid into update screen abilities. And now we should be able to press P, get our new character slot, swap it to Wukong. It's not overwritten. Press 2, have our new character, and all our abilities go in as well. So next problem and solution, we can now have two of the same characters cracking off, which is not really what we want. And it seems to overwrite our text up here, so we do need to sort the HUD properly, it seems. And the easiest way of handling that is to go back to our third person controller, and we are creating the HUD here. And if we promote this HUD to a variable, call it HUD, I could do on party switcher, we could do an event dispatcher, rename this, just do this on repopulate party. We'll just call this after we're setting the active party index. Go to third person controller, select party switcher, and then on this bottom right corner we've got on repopulate party. And all we're doing is we're going to get this HUD variable and we're going to right click it and convert it to a validated get, and then we're going to call the event that's inside this HUD widget, which is populate party. So if it is valid, we're going to populate party. And if it isn't valid, we're not going to do anything. I'm going to double click populate party and then get the controller, because we're passing in the party data at the start, but that's only ever going to remember the party data at the start. So I might as well just make it remember the party data at the time of it being called. So we're going to get component by class, get the party switcher component, and then get party data. We'll compile and save that. And now I should be able to click on this, get Wukong. It updates the left and the right, and then when we switch, it's all hunky dory. The issue is I can still switch to characters. I can have multiple characters of the same in my game, and that is something that we don't want. So let's fix that. So it's a super easy fix. Back in party preview screen, so this screen here, we're just going to go to the switch requested. We're going to get this party data and check that it contains item. The item that we're checking it contains is this switch character, and then we're just going to get a branch from this. And if that is false, then we're going to go to true. And that is it. So we're just checking if the party data is containing the character that we're trying to add into it. And if it does, we're not going to do anything. If it doesn't, then we're going to change it. So over here, press P, get our widget, and then try and add Giddy into it. Doesn't do anything. Try and add Wukong, and that's fine. And then we'll try and add it to number 3. I can't add either of them to that. So that's good. We can see we're switching characters perfectly fine. We're ready to go. Beautiful. Now we're going to move on to setting up the gacha system. So the first thing that we need when we're making a gacha system is a component, and this component is going to be our currency or money component. So I'm going to right click, blueprint class, add component. This will be BPC money, or probably better call it currency. BPC currency. Okay, and that is going to need a list of the currencies that we have. So what we're going to do is I'm going to come out of here, make a new folder for enums, and then make a enum, and this will be e currency type, and we're going to open that up, and I always put none at the start as like a default one. Then we've got gold, gems, and then tickets, and we'll save that. And what we need to do is make a variable here on e currency. So inside our currency blueprint component, and this will be currency, and then in details we're going to change it to be a map, and that map will be of integer, so currency and integer, and we'll compile that. And then we're going to make a function here called check currency amount, and we're going to get this currency and do a find. So we're going to find the currency that we request, pass this into the start pin so that we know that we have the currency that is requested, to a branch. So if we have it and then it's true, it continues, and then we're going to do a greater than or equal, pass that in as well. And then from false here, from this red node, I'm just going to right click, get return node, and pass the red node in and get it false. We can put a print string on true. We can say currency not found. And then these inputs will be the currency type, and the amount, and the return value is fine. We'll compile and save that. And then we also want one more for modify currency. And again, I'm going to get this currency, I'm going to find it, pass the key into the other one, and then I'm going to do an add, pass the amount in just under the key, and then where we've got currency, I'm going to do an add to the map, pass the key in, pass this new function in. What will happen if we do in gold, then we will add gold, but the amount that we pass in, if we're minusing, I'll just times it by -1 to put it into negative. So this will control our plussing and negating. This is the currency type, and then B will be amount to increase or decrease. And we'll compile and save that. So let's add that now to our third-person controller, UPC currency, and then we'll just do a little start off where we have some gold, and let's say we've got 160. So select currency, gold, 160, and put it in the third-person controller. Allows it to be across all our characters that we control, which is what we're after. We're going to open up party switcher, and we're going to need some functions in here as well. So the first one that we will want and need is to check if we have the character. So this is going to be function rename, or it has character, and then we're going to get our unlock characters and check if they contain item, and the one that we're checking is if they contain a link to the one to find. So we're going to plug that into the input and check if the one that we roll is the one that we're finding, basically. And then we want a return node. Put that into there. That has character. Then we're going to want another one. We're going to duplicate has character, and this will be add new character. And instead of contains, this will be add unique connected all up with no return node. So we need to select the pink thing and make sure that we've got no return functions on here. So that's fine. And instead of item to find, it will just be item to add. Okay, so now I'm going to make a new folder for our gacha system. So I'm just going to call that gacha. And then I'm going to right click and create a new primary data asset. Primary data asset to be called PDA gacha config. I'm going to add some variables. So first off, we want a text variable. This will be the banner name. And then I'm going to want a sort of rarity variable, which I'll set up in a minute. This will be the rarity. And then, so this will be the odd rarity. And then this will be the Y rarity. And then I want the cost per pull. And that should be it. So let's set up a rarity system. So we're going to right click, get an enum again. This will be e rarity. And inside here, we're going to add a bunch of variables. We're going to get our non-variable. And then we're going to have common, uncommon, epic, and legendary as well. I'll save those. Close down rarity, and then go back to our PDA. So in our odd rarity, I'm going to have the type be the rarity. And we're going to change that to be a map. And that's going to use floats. And that's going to be the percentage that it chooses the thing. This is the percentage that it chooses the character that's inside of the rarity. So you have two like dice rolls. You have a dice roll to decide what rarity it's going to choose, and the dice roll to decide what character of that rarity it will choose. Cost per pull is going to be an integer, and by rarity will need to be rarity again, but we need to make it a map, And on the other side of the map needs to be a structure. So we need a structure. And this will be S charachter. And we need to open this up and we need to get our characters. So our PDA characters, and turn that into an array. Because you can't have a map of an array. So we have to work it right on like this. So we can add multiple characters. S charachter. So now I can do a map of type legendary, and I can have like 4 or 5 or 6 legendary characters, whereas you would only be able to have 1 legendary character without doing that. Right, we'll compile and save that, and then we can make a data asset. And this will be of type PDA. Gacha config. Let's save. This will be DA standard banner. So I can open that up. And banner name's pretty simple. This will be the standard banner. And the odd rarity, we will do legendary is 2%. Epic is 18. And rare is 80%. Or we should do rare as 50%. And rare at 20%. Uncommon at 40. And we won't have any common items, so that's 60. Oh, we could do 30 and common at 30 as well. There we go. And then by rarity, we can start adding our characters. So legendary character, we would have Wukong, and then we'd have more legendary characters, or an epic character. We'll have Gideon, and then cost per pull for this banner will be 160. And you would just add all the characters in the specific setup that you would want them. So we need to create our rolling sort of system, our gacha system that's going to create our choices. And what we need for that is a blueprint function library. So this is a BPFL, and this is just the gacha random chance. So then we can open this up. And the first one that we need in here is something called the weighted pick by rarity. Weighted pick by rarity. And this one is going to need our input of the rarity into a map with our odds. So this is our odds rarity. Okay, and from there we're going to grab the keys and we're going to for each loop. And from the array element, we're going to find this item, and then we're going to add and promote the bottom one to a variable, to a local variable. This will be the total weight of the odds. And then we're going to set that. From completed, we're going to get our total weight. And we're going to do a random float in range. But this total weight will be the max, not the min, so you can press Control and move it down. And I'm going to promote that to another local variable. And this will be our random number. So completed, do that. Then I'm going to duplicate that and call it the accumulator. And I'm going to make sure that's set to 0. Then I'm going to right click and get the odds rarity. And again, get the keys. And for each loop. And again, I'm going to do a find and pass the odds rarity in. So this time I'm going to do an add on the accumulator and set the accumulator. And then if the accumulator is less than or equal, so we need to move this to the bottom one, the random number, get branch. And we'll do a return node. And I'll feed array element into that. So we get our rarity. So we'll change the name of this to rarity. And then on completed, if we fail to find something, I'll get a return node. And then we'll get the length of the keys. So we'll just get a copy. And I'll put it at -1. And we'll pass that out. That's if we fail to find anything. So that's the weighted pick by rarity. It's totaling up all of the odds, finding the random number for the odds, and then it cycles through to see if any of those random numbers are within the odds and then picks that rarity. Once it's picked that rarity, we need to make another function. And this will be get charachters for rarity. And this needs an input of rarity, just a single rarity. And then it also needs an input of the gacha config. So gacha config, object reference, and then we're going to get the buy rarity and find the rarity that we've chosen. And then from there, we're going to break s characters, have a return node, and pass back the array of characters that we've got. So this is finding the rarity that we chose before and getting all the characters of that rarity. And then we need to pick the actual character that's in that. So we're going to make another function, and this will be called weighted pick character. And this needs an input of our PDA, but not our gacha config of our characters. Can't spell. Charachters. Still can't spell. PDA characters, object reference, and this needs to be an array. Because we're basically passing information from one function to another. And then we need to get, if it's empty, so it is empty, get branch. And we'll do a print string to say no characters of rarity. And then if it's false, we'll get a return node. And from this new parameters, I'm going to get the length. So how many are in there? Minus that off to get the end of it. So -1. Then I'm going to right click, get a random integer in range. This will be the max and 0 will be not the max. And then we'll do a get a copy. Pass the return node in here. So it's going to get an array of all the characters that are listed for the rarity that we've chosen. It's going to then just choose one at random based on how long it is. We're going to get that copy and pass that back. And then we're just going to make the final function that's going to pull it all together. This will do the character pull. And what we need in here is a config for the input. And this will be of type config. So PTA gacha config, and this needs to be a single variable. Gacha config file. We need to get the odd rarity. And then weighted pick by rarity. Get characters for rarity. And pass in gacha config into the new parameter. This needs naming better. So this will be the config gacha config. And then weighted pick character. And then finally a return node. And that will output our character and also output our rarity. So we're going to need a widget to press a button and get our character pull. But there's a thing that all widgets do that is a bit frustrating and you need to do each time. So I'm just going to chuck this into a blueprint function library as well. Call this BPFL. And this will be widgets. And it's really simple. It is just this open widget. And we get the add to viewport. Pass the target into the open widget part. And then we can do get player controller. Make sure you turn context sensitive back on. So player controller. And then we want to set input mode UI only. Widget to focus will be this target. And then on the same thing, we want to set show mouse cursor. Set that to true. Then what we're going to do is we're just going to duplicate that widget and we'll have close widget. And then instead of set input mode UI only, we do set input mode game only. And this add to viewport becomes remove from parent. And set show mouse cursor gets unticked. And then we can sort of see this working inside our being third person character controller. Yeah, it is. So instead of this add to viewport, now I'm just going to get open widget, pass this in here, and then close widget for the other one. It just means I don't need to keep repeating all of those 3 or 4 lines of code. It just makes it easier for me. So now P, and we're missing something. What are we missing? This input mode needs to be game and UI only. Yeah, game and UI only, not just UI only. And that should work. Yeah, there we go. So now I'm easier to open and close widgets. I've got access to all my widgets as I have done before. But the thing that we actually want is a new widget. So we're in widgets already. And now we're going to create a new folder for the gacha banner. So what we're going to do is right click, get a new widget blueprint of WBP standard banner. Click to open that up. And we want a canvas panel for that. And that's going to hold an image. The image is going to be like probably that size. And then I want it to be a button in the canvas panel. And then we can add a background blur to there as well. And if we press Control Shift and this button, it puts it on all of it. I can increase the blur strength. Just make sure that's at -1. So it's at the back. This button needs some text. I'll have some text on here. And this text will say roll for character. Hopefully spelled better than what I can spell. I'll just say roll. We'll just put roll in there. And then at the top, I want another text block or 2 on the canvas panel. And this one will say like gold, and then one next to it for like how much gold we've actually got. We'll compile that. And this will be our gold text. Make it a variable. We'll start with 0, 0, 0. Now what we can do is on event construction, we can do get player controller, get component by class, and get the currency component. And we can do a bind inside the currency component. The event dispatcher. On money changed. And then on modify currency, I can call on money changed. And I can update the money changed. So we can do bind to on money changed. Do a custom event. Say money changed. And then the gold text. Do set text. And from here, I can just get the currency and find gold and put it into here. And then what we just do at the start is we call the money changed just so it's set properly. Okay, now on the button, this is the real meat and potatoes. We need to get the button and get the on clicked event. Then we need to get this component. And we need to check the currency amount. And we need to fix this because this currency type is currently a reference that's not being passed properly. So we need to go to current, double click on it, and go into the check currency amount function. And this pass by ref, you just need to disconnect it. Or like untick it so that you have to select which one it is. There we go. So now gold 160. If we have the value, we can do a branch. And then on the end, we can do a print string and say no money. If that's true, then I can do the big function that we've got, which is the character pool. I don't need to list anything for that. And this will be the standard banner. And then I want the switcher and I need to make a new function in the switcher. So in the switcher, party switcher, we're going to call the grant charachter function. Which checks whether we have the character. Okay, so we need to put in the item to find. And then if we have the character, we're going to say get component by class. So from get owner, get component by class, and we want the currency component, and we're going to modify the currency. Again, modify currency needs this pass by reference to be unticked. And it will be gold on this one. And then again, we can pass in the currency type to our thing and the amount as well. And then on false, we're going to call the add new character, pass in the item to find, and we're going to call modify currency again. So we're going to get this, pass that back, and get the currency type and the amount to increase or decrease. Now this is different because we're going to multiply that by -1, and that's going to guarantee that it goes down. And we need to convert it to a float because integers don't go down, minuses. Compile that, and then back inside our gacha standard banner on this party switcher, we're going to do grant charachter, and the output is going to be, and then the amount is going to be 160. Currency type will be gold. And that should be it. So we'll compile and save that. And then I'm going to go back to our third person thing. And on this party preview, I'm just going to swap it to the gacha. What do we call it? The standard banner. And we can test that out. So now I can press P and I can say roll. And it'll say no money or currency not found. Yeah, so what we have done, like silly biddies, is we've got these two nodes mixed up. So on the find, the true condition when we found it is going to not found. So we just need to swap the true and false apart. And then we can see we've got a duplicate here. We forgot to connect the add new character to modify currency. So now we should see it go down. There we go. When we spend our money, and we've got no money on that one. So that's fine. So what we'll do is, to check that this is all working, just gonna duplicate this in the third person, and instead of P, we'll do this on a different key. So the L key event, just while we're testing stuff. And then this won't be the standard banner anymore. This will be the preview screen. So we'll press P, we'll do some rolls. We've got some money, press L. And now I've got Wukong here. what we're noticing is that it's added a new character to our pool. But we only really want that to happen if the character is valid. So let's go and fix that. We can just do that where we are adding this new character. Just make sure that this is valid. And then we can test it again. So P lets us roll a new character. L lets me select one. And we have Wukong as our new character. So all that is working. Alright, let's just improve the look of it and set up some new characters as well, because it's super easy to set up new characters. Let's get some icons though. Let's go to Fab, and we're going to type in icons and drop the price down to 3. So we're going to grab Dr. Games Fantasy Character Sci-Fi Robots Pack and make sure we drop it down to 5.5 and add to project. And then we're going to grab the free RPG icons pack as well. Again, add that to project as well. And this is going to make our game look a little bit better than what it currently does. Beautiful, so we've got all these icons too. Okay, so now we have those. We're going to go into our third person, blueprints, character assets, choose Gideon, and then I'm going to change this icon green to say human 01, and then I'm going to select the fireball, and this will be the fireball. This probably need to look and see what the actual thing is. So content, free RPG icons, 2D assets. We just want to choose a cool looking one. This is, none of these are a great fireball. That one is probably the best one. So we'll have that one as a fireball. And then we'll choose lightning ball, and need to go find one that's a good lightning ball as well. That one's pretty good. And then finally, water ball. And again, we'll just go choose one that looks like a good water ball. And we'll probably be looking at that one. And then we can save all those. Go to Wukong. So our third person blueprints, character assets, Wukong. And then we can look for human 2 for Wukong. So now when I play the game, top left corner, we've got icons that look proper, and top left corner, our character icon looks better too. And if I press P and roll, and then press L, you can see we've got our icons that look a lot better. And that's looking quite nice. Like that. Alright, so the next thing is when we swap, we've got them currently doing animations and stuff, but it's a bit quiet, very loud, not really doing anything. So we're going to go into the level start montage and open that up and put that here. And then right here it's saying play particle effect, but it doesn't actually have any. So we're going to look for a particle effect for Gideon. And this will probably be I really don't know. P anchor ghosts. There we go. And we can then also have him playing a sound when he comes in. We'll just say level. I don't know if he's got a level select or phase level, ability level confirm.
I agree.
Probably don't want a lady's voice though, so let's make sure we get Gideon.
Oh, yes. Good.
There we go. So now when we play,
Excellent.
we've got a bit more of a something towards him. So we can do that for our Wukong as well, just by going to third person, blueprints, character assets, Wukong, finding his select screen, then play particle effect. Let's see what we've got for Wukong. See what the horn fire looks like. Not really very much. So you can just play with which effects you want for when he comes in, and see what happens. And then we can just add a notify track and add a notify for play sound. We want Wukong. Level ability confirm.
Nice choice.
So now we've made Gideon have some cool ability.
Very good.
Press P to roll so we get Gideon. Not Gideon, even Wukong. And now we've got Wukong.
Mm-hmm. Here we go.
Very good.
Good one.
Ooh, I like that.
Useful.
Very good.
We've got two things called Fireball and we've not changed it. So what? Yeah, okay. So you see that how that is named Water Ball, but that doesn't come back to a water ball. So this can be creates a ball of water. We've got Lightning Ball and Fireball, so those are all fine. And then to make a new character, it's super easy because we just go to our character assets, select and duplicate one of these, DA Wukong, DA Gideon, and let's do DA Sparrow. This will be Sparrow. I'll just call it Archer. Attitude. And she can be Humano 3. And then get the Sparrow level montage. That can be our start one. And then we've got a burst skill and an ultimate as well. Right now they've all got the same, but we are going to change it. And then if we can go and find Sparrow, we can find Sparrow's player character. And we can delete absolutely everything that's in there. Compile that. And then go to class settings and change her to be the third person character. Parent class, so she inherits all of the things we need. And then DA Sparrow will appear just here. And then all we need to do to activate her on the gacha is go to our content, find our gacha config file, the gacha DA standard banner, and we've got Wukong, and now we can add Sparrow. I can add her to the banner so we can make her also an epic and drag her in there. And now we should be able to get an error message on Sparrow's blueprint. That's fine because we don't need this. This just needs to be get component by class, and this will be our abilities component. And then we get combo, attack save, and reset combo. We don't need these casts. We don't need these old calls just here. Now we've got Sparrow. So if we'll go to P and
Wise
roll,
decision.
then go to L. Let's give ourselves some more money to start with, so we can test this works. That's going to be inside our player controller. So third person player controller, currency, we're going to give ourselves 60, 320, 480. And then inside our standard banner, we're just going to make sure that we have a rare, because the rares are choosing 80% of the time. Legendary is 2% and epics 18%. It's not quite percent, it's more weightings, but it will mean that rare gets chosen more. So make sure you've got a rare and put Sparrow inside the rare. And then the other thing, there was an error inside grant character where when you already had the character, then you were modifying it to increase the money, but we only ever took the money off after we added our new character. So we were basically doubling our money every time we got a new character. So this should now work a lot better. So make sure you remove modify currency from the true branch on the has character section as well. Let's create another one. So we're going to duplicate DA Sparrow. So be DA Calimari. And we can open that up, and that will be Calimari. And this guy will be dual wielding maniac. Human 04. And then we don't have his player character yet, but we'll sort that. This will be level start Kaya Hamira. I've not even got that name remotely correct, have I? So then if we go to Chimera, we can go to characters, we can go heroes, we can find his player character, open that up. Again, delete all the inputs because we're managing those through our class settings up here. So we just need to get the third person character, compile, save it, go back to his data asset. Now we can change that to Chimera player character, save it again, go to our standard banner, and we can add that Chimera character asset into our standard banner. And then when we go to his anim blueprint and fix it, by just getting component from class and getting the abilities component, getting the combo attack save and the reset combo, deleting the old ones, compiling that. Now we should be able to have, I press
Excellent.
P, can roll new characters, and then Monkey King, and then we've got Calimari.
Wise decision.
All these new characters ready to go. Right, now let's create some enemies using state trees and what we've already set up. So we're going to go back to our blueprints folder, create a new folder for enemy, and then I've already got this character assets, PDA characters, so I'm going to press Control C to copy it because it's got a lot of the stuff I needed. Go to enemies and paste it in here. So then I'm going to open up PDA characters, and there's a couple of bits we don't need. Like I'm not going to need a bio, I'm not going to need an icon. We'll keep the character class, but we'll change it soon. And I don't need an entry montage, but ability details we will use as well. So we'll compile and save that. And then instead of PDA characters, I'm going to call this PDA enemies. And then we're going to need a couple of bits before we get started. First off, I'm going to need a blueprint class of type character, and this will be BP base enemy. I'm going to right click again, go back to blueprint class and get a AIC, which is a actor intelligence component. AI controller, which is AIC, so it's just an actor controller. And we just want this first one here. And then we're going to call this AI base enemy. And then I'm going to right click one more time and make what we call a state tree. I want an artificial state tree, and this one will be state tree AI component. So ST base enemy. All right, so then open up AI base enemy and click on the add button and add two things. We want the state tree AI, and then we want AI perception, not the stimuli, just the AI perception. And then in state tree AI, we're going to come over and select state tree in the details. This will be our state tree base enemy. Compile and save that. In AI perception, we're going to come up and click on sensors config, and we're going to set it to be the site config and just check the sense site. And then we're going to compile and save that. And then we can close the AI base enemy, and we can open up BP base enemy. Now inside the details on the side, we're going to type in AI, and right at the bottom, we just want AI controller class. This will be AI base enemy, and then placed in world, we're going to have placed in world or spawned. And save that. And then we want variables. We're going to get our PDA enemy. I called it PDA enemies. So PDA enemies, make that an object reference, and this will be the enemy details, and this needs to be a variable instance editable and expose on spawn. We'll compile and save that. And then on this top right and left hand corner, we're going to add, and I want to find the abilities component, VPC abilities. Okay, and we're fine for all of these, but we need to register our abilities. So on event begin play, get enemy details, get ability details, get BPC abilities, and we'll do the register abilities as we did do before. And save that. So now what will happen is if we drag out base enemy, I can say which enemy details to use. And right now we haven't got any because we need to set up some stuff, but it should mean that I can adapt this pretty simply and set up different types of enemies rather easily, as we've seen with our characters. It's just a simple case of setting up the first one and then moving them around. So what we're going to need here, instead of this being character class, so we can either duplicate the blueprints from like our third person character and then just do what we're doing now for our character class, but you might want to just do skeletal mesh and have it be an object reference, and then animation blueprint. I don't believe the animation blueprint comes up here. It doesn't. So we just want then an object of a class reference. We can just move that above so they're close to each other. Does that make sense? So this would be our animation blueprint. I can compile and save that. And what will happen now is in base enemy on the construction script, we can get our enemy details and we can get the character class. We've not changed the name of that. So we should change the name of that to skeletal mesh. And then we can get the mesh of our character in base enemy. And we can set skeletal mesh asset and pass that into there. And then from enemy details again, we can get animation blueprint from the mesh and set animation anim instance class. That should connect up just there. So now when I make a data asset, so we'll make a data asset as we have done before, but this time we'll make it from enemies, PDA enemies. This will be DA, call it Quang enemy. I'll open this one up. I'll call it Quang Rosewood. And then I can get Quang Rosewood. Put it in there. Then the animation blueprint I can get is just Quang anim blueprint. If I click on that, it will go to the orange anim blueprint. That's fine. And we can pass in a basic attack, 2 basic attacks, 3 basic attacks. We can save that. So now in level third person, if I go to details and select our enemy, it should be there. So find the outlier. Oh, might have deleted it. So go back to our third person folder, blueprints, enemy, get our base enemy, and then we can set our enemy details to be Quang enemy, and there he is, ready to go. Now he's a bit tall, so in base enemy, we just need to get the mesh and -90 it, and then also -90 to be looking the other way, and there we go. So now if we play from here, just open up Quang player blueprint. And we can get rid of all this in Quang. I don't think I've used Quang yet. And again, if I get pawn owner, get component by class, all of this will become super relevant as to why it's been set up this way in a moment. It saves us so much work. Combo attack save and reset combo. Then we can delete these error nodes and the cast node and just make sure everything's connected. Then when we play,
Excellent.
got Quang just here. Now he's still doing his entry montage because right at the top of these, they've all got their entry montages. So we just need to delete everything at the top and that'll stop him doing his silly little entry montage.
Very good.
But obviously at the moment, he's not actually doing anything. He can't see us. So we're going to make him move around, chases, and then when he gets close, he can do some attacks as well. So now what we need is a way of seeing our character. So we're going to open up state tree base enemy. And in this AI controller class, we're going to make sure this is AI base enemy. And in context actor class, we're going to make sure this is BP base enemy as well. And that just adds them to this context setting here. And then we're going to need to evaluate things. So we're going to right click, get a blueprint class, type in eval. We want this state tree evaluator blueprint base. This will be STE perception. Open that up. And then inside here, we're going to want some variables. They're going to be BP enemy base and the AI enemy for the AI controller. These both need to be instance editable and exposed on spawn. Compile and save that. And then in ST base enemy, if we add the evaluator, which is STE perception, we've got these variables here. So we can then drop this down to the actor one and drop this down to the AI controller. And that's taking the values from the top here and passing them through. So we're going to call this BP enemy base. We're going to call BP enemy. This will be the AI controller. Next, in functions, we're going to click override and at the tree start and override at the tree stop. And then we need to get the AI controller and get AI perception. And we're going to bind event on target perception updated. Target perception. So bind event to on target perception updated, not to on perception, not to on perception info, on target perception. From event, we're just going to come off and type in create event, and then we're going to create a matching event. That's going to create this custom function down here. On event tree stop, we're going to get AI perception and get unbind from on target perception updated. So unbind event from on target perception updated. It has to be this one. It cannot be the others because they won't link. And then you connect the red dot to the event. And what will happen is that will bind it, and then when the tree stops, it will unbind it. This custom event will be our perception updated. And what we're going to do is we're going to promote the actor to a variable, and then promote the stimulus to a variable. We're then going to drag off and break the AI stimulus. And if we successfully sent something, we're going to go to a branch. And then from true, we're going to do get sense class for stimulus, and we're going to put stimulus into there. And if the return value equals AI site, AI sense site, we get a branch, and we want a boolean variable. So we want to get a bool, rename this to can see target, and we're going to set this to true. Then we're going to get our actor. And we're going to right click and do set focus. So we're going to have to get the AI controller here as well. And then set focus. And then actor will be our new focus point. Just here. And then on false for successfully sensed. We're going to get our AI controller. We'll clear focus. Set can see target to none. Get our stimulus and break it. and then we're going to find the stimulus location, promote that to a variable. And this stimulus location will be last known location. And then we're going to set actor to be none as well. What I'm going to do as well is we're going to duplicate this can see target, and we're just going to say received sense update, and then between the true and get class stimulus, I'm going to put the received sense update. I'm going to take this to be true, and then right at the end between this actor, I want to get received sense update and set that to be false, so that even if it reaches here, then it's got a sense, and only here it says that it can see it. So that's all fine now. Now we're going to have can see target and last known location. We're going to go find those, and in the category I'm just going to put output. So output, and we'll compile and save that. And then back in STNOE base, we now have them just here, and these are the out. We haven't made these instance editable or anything in perception. They just have a category so that we can now see them in our outputs. Next, we're going to add a parameter here. This will be of type vector, and we're going to rename this to be location. And now we should be ready to go. So select root, we're going to add a state. This will be the search state. And then we're going to add a new state for the attack state. And inside the attack state, we're going to create a new state and then drag it up to be inside attack. And this new state will be the as target, and then another one for find target. So let's start at the tippy top. In search, we're going to add another state inside search, and this will be our move or our patrol. Probably better to call it patrol, so we'll call that patrol. And then we're going to add another state underneath patrol, and we're going to call that our wait state. Okay. So this evaluation is going to run, and then it's going to evaluate which one of these to go into. It's going to set some details. So to go into our search state, we need to add a condition. So we're going to add a condition, and the condition will be a bool compare. And we're going to compare if our perception evaluator has received any sense indicator, and if that's false. If it hasn't, so if it hasn't got this box ticked, then we're going to go into patrol. Okay. And if we get to our patrol location, then we're going to wait some time, and then we're going to go back again. So inside patrol, we need a task, and we're just going to use a move to, and this will be a location. So we're going to need to get the target destination here, and this will be our parameter. So parameter is location. But we need to be setting that, because at the minute it's just going to go to 0, 0. So, and task before this, we need to create. So we're going to go new task, state tree blueprint task. And this will be state tree task random location. Open that up. And then I want to do override enter state. So when it enters the state, what's it going to do? And all it's going to do is get random location in navigable radius. And the radius that we're going to want is get at to location. Turn off context sensitive for this, just get at to location, plug it into the origin, and then promote this target to a variable. So turn context sensitive back on, promote to a variable. This will be of type actor, and this will be actor's location to use. Radius, we can drag that out and again promote that to a variable. This time that radius will be instance editable and expose on spawn, and so will the actor as well. Instance editable, expose on spawn. And then what we're going to do is we want to get property reference for our state tree. This property reference we're going to drag off and promote to a variable. And compile that, select it, reference to a vector, and we'll make that instance editable as well. And set those. And then we're going to do set vector So we're going to do set by ref var, and we're going to pass in location to the value just here, and then we're going to right click and finish task. And at the end, we're going to succeed, and if it's failed, we're going to pass in failed. Compile and save that. Go back to st base enemy, and we can add a task for stt random location and drag it up above move to. In this task, actor's location to use will be our actor, which is a reference to this. The radius we'll put as say 1000, and property ref will be doing parameters location. We can also add in one more, and this will be a debug task. And what we can do here is we can say moving, and we can reference an actor as our actor. Compile and save that. And now if I go to simulate, once we add in a wait task, which is a delay node, a duration 1 second will do. Compile that. And we are simulating, but we're not doing anything. And we're not doing anything because we are missing a nav mesh bounds volume. So if you press P on your keyboard, it will tell you where the nav mesh can go, and we'll scale this up and over so that our baddie has a place to go. And then we'll simulate. And you can see we are spinning. So on patrol, we're going to do, after move, we're going to do a transition on state completed, and we're going to go to wait. And then on wait, on a transition, on state completed, we're going to go back to root. And there we go. Moving around to try and find our guy. And then to fix the weird slide in, all we need to do is open up our base enemy, go to the character movement component, type in path on the details, and then use acceleration for path should be clicked. So now when we simulate, it's finding a random location. waiting a second, running to the location, waiting another second, and then moving. Right, so now we need to sort out our attack. So we're going to go attack, and again on conditions, do a bool compare, and we want to compare it to STE perception. Receive sent status, except this one will be true. And if attack is true, then it needs to go has target, but has target needs another state. So we need to do move to attack target, and has target just needs a condition to enter, which is a bool, and this will be STE perception can see target, and that should be true. So if it can see target, it will go into move to attack target. And this one, instead of being, this will be a task, and this will be move to, and the target actor for this will be STE actor, the perception on that. And then once we reach there, we want another state. So we're going to add another state to the has target and move to attack target. And this will be attack. And then just going to add another one in here. And that will be our wait. Okay, so currently we have the has attack, the move to attack, and we don't have an attack part yet. So we're going to go to new task, blueprint based task. This will be STT attack. And we can do when we enter the state. And then pretty simply, we want to right click and get component by class. So we turn off context sensitive, get component by class. Then we want the abilities component. And this target will be promoted to a variable. And this will be the attacker. And it'll be a type actor, instance editor, and expose on spawn. And then we check if they have this abilities component. So we need to do an is valid check here. And if it's not valid, then we can do a print string to say component missing. And if it is valid, then we want to get this abilities component, and we can do an attack. But right now, all of our attacks are linked to our buttons, like so. So basic attack is linked to a button, and all the others are also linked to buttons, which is a bit annoying. But what I can do in VPC abilities is these are all doing roughly the same thing, but they are just calling different like skills and bursts and stuff. So we're going to select one of them, this top one. I'm going to right click it, and we're going to collapse it to a function. So then what we're going to do is we're going to create a custom event. And this one will be play attack montages. Okay, and we're going to connect that to our play montages, and then this montage to play is going to connect to play montages as well. and then we'll get all of this, and we can collapse this to a function. And then pass the key and the value into the play attack montages. We can disconnect this node here. So now in new function, we disconnect the true because that was never a thing. And then we call play montages, play attack montages. We don't need a return node. Plus the key, the cooldown, and the montage to play attack montages, and we pass the find into our inputs here. And then we just make it a bit more tidy. So now our new function here, if we select it and turn off the pass by ref, then this can be our burst. We get our new function here. This will be our skill. And then again, new function here can be our ultimate. And then we've tidied up our code quite a bit into these attack graphs. So all of this stuff here, all three of these attack codes here can go. So we'll get rid of that, get rid of that. Then we've got our three attack codes here that look for burst, skill, and ultimate, pass the correct montage over here, and then we add to components here. We can also do that over here for our attacks, for our basic attacks. And get our new function, do basic attack 1. Get rid of those. Duplicate that, we'll get basic attack 2. And basic attack 3. And we need to test it because we need to make sure we don't break anything. But there's our basic attacks on our character all cracking off, which is what I want. And then in abilities, that is all fine. We're going to add an event dispatcher here to say on attack ended, and then on the end of play montage, on completed, we're going to call that, and on interrupted, we're going to call that. And then what we can do inside STT attack is from this component, we can do our new function, because I've not named it properly. This is why I should always name stuff properly. So this will be our choose attacks. So then we can go STT attack from component, choose attacks, and I can promote this key to a variable, and this will be the attack to choose. So now we've just got a really easy to use attack thing that we can choose whichever attack we want. And then if I do bind to on attack end, this will tell us when we stop swinging our sword. And then I want to just do a custom event. Call this end task, and then right click and call finish task. So compile that, go back to our STT base enemy. We've got attack, and then we want to add a new task, and this will be STT attack. And then we have our attacker. We just need to make this attack to choose instance editable and expose on spawn. Compile and save that. So then we've got DPC. Then we go back to STT enemy. We've got attack to choose. Our attacker is our actor. And our attack to choose. Now we can choose from any of the attacks that we've got listed. Base attack 1, base attack 2. So now, if I wanted to, I can add in a new state after we've waited. And then add a task for STT attack. Make sure that the attack is selected. And then make it a skill. So I've got one task now that controls all my attacks. Okay. Now, if we wanted to make it a bit more funky, we could do STT attack. Attack to choose can be a array. So we can change this to an array. To STT attack. And we get random array item, and we pass that in. So now if you only want one attack, then you only put one in. But if you want it to do like a random set of attacks, so here we have attack to choose. So basic attack 1, basic attack 2, and basic attack 3. I want it to choose at random each of these. And now when we play,
Ooh, I like that.
he's not going to look at us, but that's because in our AI base enemy, we're going to come to AI perception, and this detect neutrals and defect friendlies is turned off, so we need to turn that on. And now,
Very good.
he should attack us. He's not attacking us. Why is he not attacking us? And he's not attacking us because there's no montage. There's nothing to play. So what we need to do is we need to capture that. So we need to make sure montage is valid, just in case we forget to update stuff. So if it's valid, then we play the attack montage. And if it's not valid, then we do a print string to say no montage to play. So we'll compile and save that, and then we'll go back to Quang enemy, and we'll do attack. We'll look for Quang's attack. So Quang attack. So there's attack A slow, and then Quang attack B slow, and then Quang attack C slow. Now we'll set the damage in a bit, but there's no cooldown because I want him to be able to move through it.
Oh yes, good.
So we can see he's doing his little freaking out attack, but we can, and then when we stop it, we get all these access non-errors. That's fine. Let's fix that. So when he has a target, he moves to the target, and then we want to do on state completed. So on him complete and move to the target. Then we want to do attack. And then on attack, when that's on state succeeded, we want to go to wait. So actually, move to attack, we also want to be on state succeeded. So succeeded in moving to the attack target, then we do the attack, and then we wait 1 second. So now that should stop us doing the little weird freak out dance. There we go. So now his attacks are random. We're choosing at random, and he's doing them all as needed. And he's following us, doing his attacks. Okay. And you can adjust, so we still get that arrow, and you can adjust the move to target radius. 100 might be too much, 10 might be enough, and compile that. So now let's fix these errors that are cracking off. And they're cracking off because we don't have a cooldown or a spell name because it's a basic attack. So what we're going to do is we're going to do is valid, but we actually want the other one. We want the function one here. And then the key, we're going to do a select. Do a select name. And if the name is true, it picks A, which is going to be the spell name. And if not, it picks none. Like so. And if we're also going to then do from the same is valid, the branch. And if it is valid, we're going to go to the branch at the top that checks the cooldowns. And if it's not valid, we're just going to carry on going to the is valid that checks the montages. We're going to then go to play attack montages and get this key and check if it equals and type the word none. And then we'll get branch. And if that's not true, then we'll carry on to add to cooldowns. So now we should be able to.
Ooh, I like that.
Does it attacks. And then when I close down the game, I still get a bunch of errors. Why do I get errors? So instead of select name, which is looking for the name for this one to be valid to select, we're just going to get to the key and we're going to do a select. It's just going to be this normal select. Put this return value in, plug this bit into true and in false. Leave it as that. And now when we play,
Very good.
shouldn't get any errors at all. There we go, no more errors. So now we've got an enemy that patrols, and when he sees us, he attacks us. But what about when he loses sight of us? So we're going to do a find target. And then we want a boolean as well. So enter condition, boolean, ste, can see target is false. And then we're going to add a new state underneath there. And then this will be called last known location. Get a task and move to that task. Destination, ST perception, last known location. And then again on transition, on state succeeded, we want to go to a new state which we haven't added yet. So we're going to add a state, add it underneath here. And then this task will be like a wait task. So 5 seconds. And then this wait task goes all the way back to search. So transition, on state succeeded, go back to search. Last known locale, instead of going to the root, we'll just go back to this none, which I'm going to change the name of to wait. Then go back to search based on that. And we can do some print strings in here. So we can do a debug text task. And this will be searching, waiting, and then the actor to put it onto is this actor. Compile and save that. And now somehow we need to like make him lose sight. So I'm going to go back to base enemy, go back to character movement, and change his walk speed to be like 300. Compile and save that. So what we also need to do is on this has target, and we need to do a transition on tick and transition to find target. If this condition all is the SDC perception can see target false. So if it changes while we're in here, then it's going to go straight to find target.
Oh, yes, good.
There we go. He's lost it, so he's searching and waiting. And then it should go back to the root, and then it's moving. There we go. Okay, so we have an enemy, it runs around, it attacks us, and we know that we can like get our enemies and just duplicate them and fill in all these details, and that's it. That's like our enemy is super easy to set up, runs the same setup, and if we want to add more abilities, we can add as many as we want here to a maximum of like 250. But we're not actually doing any damage to anyone, so we need to create like a health system. But health systems have been done to the death, so all I'm going to do is I'm going to grab my health system from core systems. So we're going to open up Fab, go to core systems, and I want my core system. Where's my core system? There we go. Health, stamina, mana, XP, and we're going to add to project. And this is free, and we're just going to use the health part of it to improve our game and get a health system going. Okay, so now we've got the vital systems downloaded, we should be able to find the health system. So core systems, vital systems, health system. We've got this BPC health widget, and this WBP health bar. So we need to add those to our characters. So we need to add those in two places. The first place is in our third person character, which is for our like player stuff. So then we're going to add health, and we can set that to be current to be 50 and max to be 100 on those. Compile and save that. And then inside our widgets, inside our HUD, inside our party slot, we've got this vertical box, so then we can add our health, the BBP health bar, and I'll add it just there. So, and then inside our enemies, so enemy, base enemy, we also need to add health. But this one needs to be a widget, so we also need to add a widget. And then right down here, we can add widget class, which would be a health widget, WBP health bar. If I check the viewport, see it's massive. So we're just gonna shrink it down like a good size for a health bar. So like 10 maybe. And then move it up. And then instead of world, we're gonna have it on screen, and then it'll disappear. That's fine. We'll compile and save that. Go to BPC health. Let's set our health on here to be 100 by 100. Compile and save. And then in our event graph, what we'll do is inside BPC health instead. So we'll do edit BPC health. And then on begin play, we'll do get owner. And then we can do bind to any damage. So whenever we call the any damage event, this will intercept it. And then the event that we'll do is just custom function health damage, and then we can get decrease health from here, and the amount to decrease by pass into there. Now you can see that
Excellent.
I've got health, but they aren't updating to their proper values. You need to update them. So this one works a little bit different. Normally you would just put this on begin play, but because we've got multiple characters, we need to put this somewhere else. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to party slot, and we're going to add a new variable of type actor. This will be an object reference, and this will be owning actor. Then we make this instance set spawn exposed on spawn. We're going to get owning actor, and do get component by class. This will be the health component. And then we're going to bind that on health changed. So bind event to on health changed. And from there, we're going to create a custom event. And this will be change health. And from there, we're going to get health bar and do set health percentage. Message has to be the message. I'm going to pass that in just like that. Compile and save. And then inside WBP HUD, we're going to find this party slot. So where we create populate parties, right click it to refresh it. And then we want to get the owning actor. So we've already got this party data. So we're going to do get charachter class. And then we're going to do get actor of class. Pass those two across like that. I'm going to compile that. And now inside party data, party slaving, I'm just going to call from BPC health, increase health to do one trigger, just set increase health to 0. And then we can see Gideon's at 50%.
I like that.
So BPC health, you can see all of my characters now are at 50%. So if I do 100, it will start at 100, which is what we want. But for enemies, it's a little bit different. So for enemy, we're going to want to do base enemy and then find BPC health and get on health changed. And then from our widget, I'm going to call the same change health. Is it health set health percentage? And do that. And then in BPC health, I'm going to call increase health on begin play. Set that to be 0. So now our enemy should also have a health bar, but they don't. We're missing get widget, get user widget object. That's what we're missing. Put that into target instead. And then this should do the business.
Very good.
Which it does. There we go. And then we can test this by going to DA Gideon and finding his basic attack, and we can set the damage to 50. And then we can see that our enemy is at 100%. If I do the first attack, hit him, he goes to 50%. Okay. When Kwang attacks us, he's not actually doing any damage to us, so we need to fix that so that we can actually take damage from our enemies and deal damage when we are attacking with like swords and staffs and stuff. So in abilities, I'm going to right click, create a new blueprint class of anim notify state. Set that. This will be ANS line trace, and then double click to open that up so it's at the top. And then inside our components folder, I'm going to right click, get blueprint class acting component. This will be BPC line traces, and double click to open that up. And then we're going to make 2 custom events called start line trace, and then one called end line trace. So start line trace, we're going to do set timer by event, convert this return value to a variable. This will be our loop timer. Time will be 0.01 seconds and looping. So every 0.1 seconds, this trace will happen and loop. We create a new custom event off the event key. This will be our loop trace. And then we're going to do capsule trace by channel. And then from here, we're going to get owner, get component by class. We get the skeletal mesh, and then get socket location, and we can duplicate get socket location because we need to do it twice. Plug one into the start, one into the end, and then the socket names go into start line trace for both of these. From the return value, we're going to get a branch, and then out it, we're going to break it, and we're going to get the hit actor, and we're going to apply damage. And then base damage, we're going to put into start line trace as well. Okay, radius, we're going to make about 20. Half height will be 20 as well. Visibility channel is fine, and ignore self. And we can make this draw debug for duration just for the time being. File and save that. Find your end line trace, get the loop timer, and then clear and invalidate timer by handle, and that stops the trace. Okay, in ANS line traces, we're going to go to override, receive notify begin, mesh component, get owner of the component, get component by class, get the line trace component, make sure it is valid so that they actually have one. You can put a print string on the end to say we don't have a line trace component. And then from BPC line traces, we can do start line trace. In socket name, we need to promote to a variable. And in socket name 2, we need to also promote to a variable. Base damage is a little bit more difficult. So from get owner, we're going to get component by class again. This time we're going to get the ability component. And from this return value, we need to get abilities details. Then find whichever ability this is, so we can then promote that to a variable as well. And from there, we're going to break S ability details and pass damage through. So let's name these properties. So the first one is the start location of trace. Second one is end location of trace. And then the third is attack. All of these need to be instance editable. Expose on spawn. Instance editable, expose on spawn. And then we're going to grab these three nodes here, the get owner, get component by class, and it's valid. Go to the overwrite and receive notify end. Paste them in, mesh component, connect is valid, from is valid. We then want from line traces, stop line trace, what did I call it? End line trace. End line trace, badly spelled. And then we connect the return node from there. Compile and save that. And then we'll end that and we'll go to our third person character. Blueprints third person, and we'll add line traces, BPC line traces, compile and save. Go to our enemy, base enemy, and again we'll add line traces, compile and save that. And then inside our DA Quang enemy, inside this primary A slow montage, we can add in a new track, right click, add notify state for this ANS line trace, and then we can expand this line trace. So during this section, it will trace for our character, and if it hits them, it will deal damage. And the attack type will be basic attack 1. So he swings here, and then he finishes about here. So we can move this out a little bit. And then we need the skeleton details. So we can click on this purple pinky bit, and we can find what skeleton it's going to be using. So this one is FX weapon tip and FX weapon base. So I'm just going to rename those, but just copy them. So FX weapon tip, and then FX weapon base is the end location. So I can copy that line trace, go back to Quang enemy, go to P slow or B slow, and then draw in the swing back and just paste it in here. Then change it to basic attack 2. And then the same for slow montages. But this is only really if you are including swords, because we've handled our spells already. And it just stops just there. And then this is basic attack 3. Okay, so now when we play from here.
Excellent.
There's our enemy. And we can see it's hitting, that's fine, but we're not actually doing any damage. And that is because we don't actually have any damage here. So let's do 25 damage on each of these attacks. And then we play from here.
Ooh, I like that.
We know that it's hitting, but we're not doing any damage. Why are we not doing any damage? So instead of capture trace by object, we're going to do capture trace for objects. And then we're going to press Control and swap these ones around. Move lines each way with Control. And then radius will still be 20, height will be 20, but then we have object types. So we can make an array of object types, and we can look for pawn, which our third person character should be blocking. So third person character, and then we can find which channel we are blocking. So character mesh, pawn is being ignored here, and pawn is being allowed here. Actually, we weren't blocking the visibility channel at all. So now here we have, when we damage the actor, we've got Gideon player ready to go and decreasing our health.
Excellent.
There you go. You can see Gideon is being killed here. He's got no health left on there. Beautiful. So now we're taking damage. Now we need to add some stuff for what happens when you are dead. So we're going to go to our enemy. Go to enemy. Find PPC health and get the undead component. From there, we're going to right click and get player controller. And then from there is get component by class. We want the currency component, and then we're going to add currency. I'll put it as increase. Find currency. Let's just modify. And we're going to modify currency. Currency type will just be gold, and the amount to increase will be a variable. So we can permit this to a variable. Gold to give upon death. Make this instance edit when it throws on spawn, and then default it to be like 1. What we're going to do after that is we are going to get AI controller, and we need to get a reference to self. And then from here, we're going to get a component by class again. and this will be our state tree AI. In fact, no, we're not. We're just going to unpossess the pawn, and that'll stop our thing running. So right now it's running, and then we're going to attack and attack. One more for good measure. And that will stop him running, but he gets caught in the latest of the movement. So we're going to also do character movement, stop movement immediately. So he stops straight away, and that'll fix that problem. And there we go. So now he's just standing there, not really doing anything. So what now we're going to do is we're going to get the mesh, and we're going to do simulate physics. And we also want to make it show that set collision enabled, no collision. And we need to get the capture as well, because we don't want to run into it while it's on the floor and be blocked. So set capture, collision enabled, no collision. And then we're going to get the mesh and set collision profile name, and this will be ragdoll. Then set simulate physics. We're also then just going to get the widget and set hidden, set visibility as false, so that the visibility doesn't come up. And now I'm going to blast him, and we've got our physics, no widget, and he's been blown away a little bit. So what you might be missing is in Quang Rosewood, so in your Quang, you scroll down all the way to the bottom, you might be missing the physics asset on here. So you might want to change whatever physics assets that you're using in here. Just generate all bodies, so they're all, and then save. That should be a bit better. There you go, that's better. Now his physics asset, and he's dead. And then we could do on a delay, or no, we could do set lifespan. And we could just put in like 5 seconds. No, I'm going to test it, so I'm going to put in 2 seconds, but you can put in whatever you want. And then that body will disappear. There you go. So 1, 2, then it disappears. Beautiful. We get this error because we're trying to damage something that is already dead. So in health, I'm just going to create a new boolean that is dead. And if we are already dead, so if dead is true, then we don't do anything, and if it's false, we call on dead, and we set dead to be true. So then we don't recall anything, and that should fix those error messages for us. There we go. There's our error messages all fixed as well. And we can also do the same for our player. So we're going to get our third person player. And base character. And pretty much everything after the unpossess, we're going to grab and not include the set lifespan. We're going to put on our third person player, so we're going to grab BPC health, and then on dead, just going to paste all that in there, and stop movement immediately. And then, oh, we don't need a widget because I haven't got a widget. I didn't save that. But what we want to do is when we have died, we want to be able to switch to our other character. What we could do is disable the input, so you had to switch. No, we're just gonna firing off an event that goes to the controller. So get player controller, get component by class, and this will be the party switcher, and then inside party switcher we can do request swap. We'll make a new event, and what we'll do is custom event, our custom event, swap on def. So we'll get our active party index, and we'll get our active party, and we'll check the length, -1, subtract 1, and if active party is equal to the length of that branch, we'll set the active party index to 0, and if it's not, then we'll get our active party index. Sorry, tell it like, we won't do that. We'll do request swap. So we'll get request swap and then set it to 0 here. So if that's true, it goes back to 0. And if not, then we do request swap, get active party index, and just +1. And it puts that into request swap. Like so. Compile and save that. Back inside third person character, get component class, and then forget completely what I'd said this was. So swap on def. So then we call swap on def. And that'll go through our character. So I noticed that we haven't got slot 3 and 4, so we're just going to duplicate this and duplicate again, and sort out slot 3 and 4. So slot 4 will be swap to slot 2. 3. Slot 3 will be, and swap to slot 2 for slot 3 will be 2. And now we've got all 4 of our party members. Let's do a spell now. So we've got abilities, spells or ability. We're going to duplicate DA Fireball, and this will be called DA Heal. So we're going to open that up, and this will be healing, and say heals some damage, and then we can choose some like cool healy spell. I'll do. This will be a BP 1-shot, and then it's not going to move. So it's going to be a 1-shot, which means that we need to clear the. No, the activated VFX we can keep. I wonder if we have a heal. There's a healing aura one, so we can do that. We can clear the others. In BP 1-shot, just take a look at what's going on in there. And then because this is a very quick one, then all we need to do is we're going to create a child of BP 1-shot. This will just be BP heal. And then on event begin play, we just set lifespan 2 seconds, and because this is a heal, we're just gonna get owner, get component by class. This will be our health component, and then we can say increase health, and we can get spell configuration and break spell configuration. Oh, sorry, it's damage. We can just get damage. and increase by the damage. So DA heal, and then instead of BP one shot, it's just be BP heal. And then on our Gideon, so where's Gideon? Character assets, DA Gideon. On burst, we'll have DA heal. And I'll leave it to be the burst thing. And the damage will be 25. So we get damaged by this guy. Oh, did. Might need to sort out.
Ooh, I like that.
That damage. That's a lot of damage. Following enemy 25, 25, 25. Okay. So in line traces, we're going to create an array. So we're going to get actors to ignore, convert this to a variable, and then get actors to ignore and add to it, and add this hit actor to there. And then in stop, we're going to get actors to ignore and clear that. So we now should only get hit one time. Yeah, there we go. One time per thing. So now I can queue up my heal and do it again. And then my healing burst heals my damage, like so. To stop this happening where we spawn our thing and then it just doesn't disappear, because that's the effect that we're spawning, we need to go into the healing aura and on the inactive response, set kill system, and we compile and save that. And then once it's finished running, it's like 2-second loop or whatever, it'll stop. That's still too long, so instead of loop duration, I'm going to put it as like 2 seconds instead of 5. There we go. So now it runs a little bit better. That's how we fix that. Let's move on to making our ultimate. So we're going to come to fab, add my fab open, and we can type in spells. And then down here you get this basic VFX pack spells. We can just add to project, and then we select 5.5 and add to project. So we want this little like doodad thing. And look at some of these Niagara effects. Yeah, what we got? This nice little one just there. Maybe this one. Slightly better. But basically we're looking for something that we can aim and will be aimed by us. So then we also need to get a circle from fab, like a circle. Download it from this material icons, this circle icon. And then what we're going to do is inside third person, blueprints, abilities, spells or abilities, I'm just going to import it. Then when we click to open it, we see we've got this, which is beautiful. And then in spells BP, I'm going to create a child of BP base spell. And this will be BP spell controller. Then I'm going to open that up and I'm going to add a widget to it. And then outside spells, I'm going to just create a new widget blueprint. This will be WBP aiming reticle. Open that up. We're going to add a size box, and that's going to be 500 by 500. Then we're going to add an image, and that image is going to be our circle image reticle that we've just got, like that. So maybe 800 by 800 and have it desired on screen. There we go. So 500 by 500 still makes it square. That's perfect. Back to spell controller, that widget that we've selected, we're just going to put it in. So we'll go down all the way to the bottom and select widget class. And this would be our aiming reticle. And then up at the top, we just need to rotate it by 90 degrees. So minus 90 or plus 90. And compile and save that. Close down aiming reticle. And we make it so that it's on the screen. And then spell controller in the event graph. Get the owner of the spell. And then we're going to get component by class. And we're going to get camera component. And then I'm going to get the forward vector and get world location. And then forward vector, I'm going to multiply, and world location, I'm going to add. The multiply will go into the add, then we'll right click and get a line trace by channel. Channel will be visibility. And then the add will go into the end, world location will go into the start. If we right click this X, we can convert it to a float, and then we'll put this in at like 2000, so sort of where it'll start. And I want this on event tick. Then we're going to break hit result. Then we're going to return value, get a branch, out hit, get a break hit result. And then from hit actor, do nothing because we don't want that. We want the location, and we're going to promote that to a variable. And then all we're going to do is set actor location and plug in location. Now we can test this spell controller by going to blueprints, abilities, spells or abilities, and make a new data asset for a spell or ability. This can be DA, fire, floor fire or something. Really bad at naming abilities. So this will be floor fire, and then have it be this icon. Just create a floor of fire. 0 on the max movement speed. BP projectile becomes BP spell controller, and then these Niagara effects we can clear off for the time being. Okay, and then inside BP Gideon, on this ultimate, we can do floor fire. So change this ultimate to be, instead of DA fireball, we'll do floor fire, and then montage. We need to find a good one. I don't know if I've got one, honestly. So we'll go find one. So we could do this black hole loop start. It's probably a good one. So we'll create an add-in montage for that. And then for this one, it's going to be in the default slot. I'm just going to go back to the animation sequence, and yeah, root motion is enabled, so that's fine. And then I'm going to start this cast spell from the beginning. So cast spell, ability type, ultimate, socket to cast from. It's not really going to matter. So we'll just put the root. And then back in DA Gideon, I can black hole start montage. So now, if I
Very good.
can remember what I put this on, so then to fix this issue of it appearing not where it should be, we change the widget in the spell controller to world, not screen. Now we can control our widget by looking at it from where it goes. And then the other thing is if I press T, it doesn't actually play a montage, but it just stopped me moving around for a bit. It's not really what I want. So I'm going to go to Gideon's blueprint, and I'm going to get a default slot. And now if we play, then press T, it'll do an animation, and it'll trigger our spell thing as well. Okay, so the animation is not great, but it's what we're working with. What we're going to do now is we need to change the data asset here. So right now we're doing spell to spawn is spell controller. Really, we want to check if it needs a controller and use the controller, and then the controller spawns like the other spells as well. So like meteor strikes and lightning and stuff like that. So we're going to go back to our abilities, third person blueprints, abilities, spells or abilities, PDA abilities, and I'm going to copy. Well, duplicate spell to spawn, but it doesn't let you. I don't know why. So Control C, Control V, and this will be controller or spell controller. And then just drag that above spell to spawn and compile and save that. And then in DA floor, we can do spell controller, and then spell to spawn is the one shot spell, and save that. Then back inside BP abilities. So what that means is we're not spawning spell to spawn anymore. We're gonna spawn for some of them. We're gonna spawn the spell on spell controller, but the base spell that we have doesn't take spell controller, so we need to go to base spell, and we're gonna change this very slightly. So this will now be the spell data asset. PDA abilities object reference, and then this will be spell details. It's pretty simple. We get instance editor exposed on spawn, and then spell details, get spell configurations, and then pass that into spell configs at the start. So I'm going to remove spell configuration here. That's going to break a bunch of things, so I'm going to look for it here. Get spell details, get spell configurations, pass that in just here. And then over in abilities, in VPC abilities, right click and refresh that. And instead of passing in spell configs, I'm just going to pass the whole ability details part into spell details. Then now inside spell controller, I've got spell details, and I can do spell to spawn. Then we can do spawn actor from class, and the class will be spell details, and the location will be the location that we've stopped. This is in spell controller. spell controller, the spell details, just the spell details because they don't change. Which spawn in a different spell off the back of that. But to get to this point, because we don't have a reference to controller, we're just going to use base spell. And in the event graph, I'm going to make a custom event. And this would be fire spell. And then we'll just put a comment used so that child can overwrite spell. And save that. Good spell controller. Now we can say fire spell, event fire spell. And then that will spawn the actor of this. And then we can say destroy actor, this one. Okay, so inside BPC abilities, if we promote this return value to a variable, so now we've got BP base spell, and this will be our active spell. Then inside completed, I can get active spell and see if it is valid. And if it is valid, from active spell, I can call fire spell. And I can set active spell to be empty. Let's give that a try. So we can press in BP projectile, there's a problem. That's probably to do with spell configuration. Yeah, so spell details. And then get spell configuration. And attach that together. That's BP projectile. So back in BPC abilities, if ability details get spell controller is valid class, we can do a branch and connect it up here. And if that's not true, then it's not a spell that we need to control. So we're going to duplicate this spawn actor. If it is true, then we need to pass spell to control into class and ability details into spell details and damage into damage. And then delete the active spell off spawn actor. So now here we have our black mark, and when I release T, it disappears. So there's T and disappears, which is what we want. And that's just for our ultimate. So what we can do is just copy this to our other abilities and put them on completed. And then this one as well. So now you can have like press and hold abilities on each of your abilities. And if spell controller is valid, then it means that we're going to hit this branch, which will spawn us spell controller. We also need to connect it, the location, and probably the rotation as well. And then if not, it will just spawn a normal spell. So for instance, if I press
Excellent.
Q, we've still got our heal. When I press T, I've got this spell just here. And then when I release it, it disappears. Okay. Disappears because we're doing our one-shot spell. 0/0 is fine. Activated should be NS basic. So now, if we do T, and then NS basic, that's spawning everywhere. Now currently what you'll notice is that when we do our spell,
Ooh, I like that.
it spawns one at our feet, and then we let go, and it will spawn one over here. And yours might be lasting forever. So what we need to do is open up our NS Basics, and again, we'll go to once, we'll click on this blue node, go to once, and kill system and emitters die immediately. Okay, and then inside our spell controller, on event begin play, we just need to delete this parent node, because in base spell, this is triggering, and it's getting our activated VFX, and we don't want that. And now, when we
Excellent.
play, it's not below our feet anymore, and it's over there. And this pack for VFX wasn't that great, unfortunately, so we might have a look and see if there's some more. So we'll add the KCIS Korean traditional pattern effects. This shall come with like 250 effects that we can use in here, so we'll add that instead and use that. So now we have the KTP effects, then we can go to particles and bottom, and we can put a different one on this floor fire than this really bad one. So let's do bottom 0508, go back to floor fire, and select that, and we'll see what that looks like when the shaders are all done compiling, and that looks a lot better than what we had before. Yeah, there's a bit of Z fighting going on with the textures on the ground, so we might just want to raise up our spell controller, the Z, just a little bit, so we can do a right click to split this structure, and then let's get the location and split that, and we've got the X and the Y, and then on the Z we'll just like plus 100. Maybe plus 10. And then we don't get the weird Z fighting. I think it's just going to be plus 10. There we go. Like that. But we're not doing any damage when we do this, so we're going to go to our one shot, the BP one shot, and we're going to get our spear and right click it and add event, and on component begin overlap, if the overactor is not equal to the owner, get owner, a branch, then we will do by damage, and overactor is our damage actor, base damage is damage. So our floor fire, our damage is done in Gideon, and so he can do 100 damage. And then if I put our enemy back into the world, so first person blueprints, enemy, base enemy, and we set him back to be his enemy details, Quang. We save it. There we go. Cast the spell and killed him. Ah. Lovely jobby. There's a couple of bugs to fix. The first one is if I do a quick cast on T, it'll do this, but it won't spawn the spell. Like I'm not holding T now, and the thing's still there. So we need to fix that. And the reason for that is that we're letting go before it gets this cast thing. So if we just move the cast to the start, it'll fix the entire issue. So we can show that. So that's me holding it. And then if I come over here and just do a quick press. So that fixes that issue. The next one is that the physics assets on Gideon weren't working. So you need to come to Gideon and find his physics asset. And if we open up his physics asset, you'll see that it's not all his body. So some of his body that shoots off elsewhere. We're going to generate all bodies. And that will mean that when he dies, he ragdolls a lot better. And then currently, if I roll some characters and add them to our party, you'll see that the health bar for Sparrow isn't updated. And then it errors here. So what we need to do is move this called on repopulate party. We're going to move that right to the end after we've updated the screen abilities. Because we're emptying out the party here and here, and then trying to say repopulate it, but it doesn't exist because we haven't set it up here. So compile and save that. And now, when we re-roll some new characters and add them to our setup, so there's Wukong, there's Sparrow, you can see all four of them have a health bar, and the error goes away. So then the only other thing to do before we move on to
very good
environments and save and load is currently spells only go towards our character. So if we're looking over here, they don't turn around and they only fire forwards and on one sort of direction. Like there's no way of shooting something in the air, etc. So what we're gonna do is inside of PPC abilities in this event graph, what we're going to do is get actor, is get owner, and then get actor rotation, and then what we need is we want to do get component by class. And then this will be the camera component. And then we want to get rotation. And then we can check if the camera component is valid. Because we're not bothered too much about our enemies. So if it is valid, we'll go to the branch. And if it's not valid, we'll just carry on going to play attack montages. So if these two are within 40 of each other, so like the rotation is correct, we'll continue, and if not, then what we're going to do is set actor rotation untick content sensitive, set actor rotation, and plug that back into play attack montages, and our new rotation will just be our get player camera manager and get camera rotation. Plug that into new rotation, and then target will be get owner. Turn on context sensitive and its components. Okay, so that should mean that now it always turns to face the direction we are firing, but it still won't like fire into the ground or fire into the air. So what we need to do is back in PPC abilities, after play attack montages, we need to get our transform class 1 transform rotation, and we're going to do the same thing again. Get a going to get component by class. It'll be the camera component, and then we're going to check if it is valid, but this time we're going to use the function for is valid, and from here we'll do a select and select there. So if it's not valid, then it's going to be false, and that's going to be for our enemy. We'll do get player camera manager, and then we'll do get rotation, camera rotation. And that goes in there. So that should mean that I can fire it into the air and still straight on, and at the side and into the ground. And then what my camera rotation is doing. And that looks a lot better. Folder. Doing here is we're going to create an enum. This will be E button options, and inside here we are going to add some button options. So we've got none, because I always like to have none in my enums, and then we got new game. We have resume, so that's like when you're on pause, you resume what's there. We've got save game and load game, and then continue. So it's continue and resume are a bit interchangeable, but this is how I like to have things set up. So then we've got options, then we've got close, and then we have quit. We can save that, and then we're going to right click and make a user interface. This will be a widget blueprint, WBP. This will be button. I'm going to open that up. Probably don't call it button, actually. Probably call it, rename it. Let's call it menu buttons. Menu button, that'll do. And we want to grab a button and then grab some text, and then text is going to be instance editable, and that will be the button text. Make that a variable. And on graph, on pre-construct, because we wanted to change the name when we add it to another widget in a second, we're going to add a variable. This will be our button options. I can rename that button options, and then instance editable expose on spawn, so we can change it. Then we're going to get button options, get button text. We're going to just do set text on pre-construct. Button options, we're going to do enum to string, and then string in text. Select button, and we're going to do on clicked, and then we're going to get button options and switch. On none, it's not going to do anything. On new game, we're going to open level by object reference, and this will be a third person map. Make sure you get the right one. This is level third person from game third person. Like, you could even pop that as a variable and make it instance editable, but we know that this map we're going to go. When we create our own map, we're going to change that to be a proper map. On resume, we're just going to ignore that for now. Save game, load game, we're going to ignore for a sec. Close, we're going to do again another time, and quit game here. So we're going to make a dispatcher. This will be on resume game, and then on resume we're going to call that. On close, we're going to call that. Right, so now we need a save game and a load game as well. So we're going to create we're going to come out here, and we're going to create a new user interface. I'm going to create two, but I'm going to create one first. This will be WBP main menu. Open that up, and this needs a canvas panel, and then we'll show a background blur. And we'll come over to the anchors, press Control Shift and make it as big as possible, and then blur strength we can just whack that up to 100. And then we'll need a vertical box, and then we can press center and center align vertical and center align horizontal just to bring it to the middle. And then our menu buttons, can add in here a vertical box, menu button 1, and we want to scroll down to find the options. So in menu button, we need to make sure the button option is instant set to expose on spawn. Need to make sure we compile and save it. And then we have our button option. Scroll down, and we've got button options. So new game is 1. Then we duplicate that. We've got load game, duplicate it again, options, duplicate it again, quit. This is our main menu. Main menu, we're going to press Ctrl D, and this will become WBP. Pause menu. Open up pause menu, and then new game is going to be resume. Load game is going to become save game. Options will stay the same, and quit will also stay the same. Compile and save that. Because we're handling what our buttons do inside menu button, whenever we add something or change something, it's going to affect both of these perfectly fine. Okay. Only thing that we're going to do is in close and resume game. I'm going to click on resume, come down to on resume game, and then I'm going to do close widget. And that will be self. That will close the widget. Let me click that button. And we can't do that inside menu buttons because it's not going to close. It'll just remove the button and reset all like the mouse keys and everything like that. So we are going to do that on the end of the open level, because we're going to a new level and I want to be able to use the mouse again. But it's not actually going to close the widget because we're going to reopen it in a completely different level. Right. Save game, load game, and continue. Continue is more like playing the most recent save. But yeah, we've got save game and load game that we need to sort out. So to do that, we need a blueprint of a save game. So right click, blueprint class, we want the save game. So we BP gacha save. Open that, we're going to add some variables. So we're going to add a string, and this will be the map name. So like if you've got more than one map, you don't want to save a location for things and then reload it, and actually you're in the wrong map and the location doesn't make any sense. Then we're going to add our characters, so PDA characters, and this one will be unlocked. We duplicate that, and this one will be party members, and both of these will be an array. This will just be our party members and our unlocked characters. Then we're going to add another one for transform. This will be a single, and this will be the player transform. So that's the player location and rotation. One more for an integer, and this one will be player money. And then we're going to need to add in a structure. So we're going to make the structure, and this will be for all our enemy data. So S saved actors, give it a generic name so that we can use it for like blacksmiths and quest givers if you wanted to. We want a string. This will be our save ID. Add a new variable of type actor. This is a class reference. This will be the actor class. Add a new variable of transform. This will be the transform location of the actor that we're saving, and one more boolean for spawn if missing. So this will be like if you're using dynamic spawns and stuff. And then we just need to add that to BP gacha save. So this will be S saved actors, saved actors. And this needs to be an array. So we change that to be an array. Compile and save that. And then we are done with gacha save, the BP gacha save, so we can close that. We're going to come out and right click and make a blueprint class of actor component. This will be BPC save game ID. Open this up, and this needs a variable of type string, and this will be ID. And you can make this instance editable, and it's on spawn. Compile that and save it, and then we're going to go back to our enemies, and we're going to add the component for save game. You see save game ID. I'm going to add save game ID. Compile and save that. And then when we put an enemy into the world, so this enemy here, we'll come to details, go to save game ID, and we'll make his ID 1. You should use better IDs like Bandit North Camp 1 or Monster South or something like that. Just better IDs would be good. Then we're done with save game ID, so you can close that. And then we need to make a few more things in our save game. So we're going to make a blueprint class of a game mode base. This will be GMB main menu for game mode. Open that up, and we don't want any game session. We don't need a game state. The player controller is no pawn player controller. Player state is fine. HUD is none. Default pawn class is none. And no pawn player controller. All of those are none as well. Then we can save that, and we can make a new level. This will be LVL main menu. Save everything. Level main menu, it'll all be dark. So we go window, environment, light mixture, right? All the stuff that we need. And then open level blueprint. On event begin play, we can do create widget. This will be our main menu. Then we're going to add to viewport, and then open widget. Fine, save that. And our world settings, we can make sure that we've got BP main menu, the GMB main menu, and that everything is set like that. So then when we play, there we go, we're loaded straight into that. So that's good news. And then we also need, we're going to right click, and we need a new blueprint class, and this will be game instance. Game instance, this will be GI gacha game instance. So I'm going to open that up, and in here we want a new variable of type string. This will be the save slot name, and then we want another variable of our save game. So what do we call that? BP gacha save. That's what we want. So we want BP gacha save. Object reference of that. This will be our save ref. Compile and save that. And then we're going to make some functions. And then the first function that we're going to do is save current game. And we're going to get the save ref. And then we're going to right click and create save game. And we're going to get BP gacha save. And we're going to set that to be our save ref. That's getting our saved information. And then we're going to go through, we're going to get current level name. And then we're going to get our save ref. And we're going to set map name. Pass that into there. Then we're going to right click and get player controller. Get component by class. We want the party switcher. And then we want to do active party. Yeah, active party. Then active party index. I'm going to do get a copy. Here. And then from there, we're going to do get actor location and get actor rotation. We could just do get actor transform actually. Get actor transform. And then from the save file, we want to set actor, set player transform, set player transform. Like that. And then from the same thing, we want to get our party data. So from get component by class, we're going to get party data and also unlock characters. Get unlock characters available. Then save game ref. Set party members. So party data goes into party members. And then set unlocked. We go to our player controller. Go to party switcher. And just double check what that's called. Oh wait, no, sorry, it's in the BP save. We've got. And the one thing to be aware of here is that I think this has been broken. So this spawn transform rotation. So make sure you attach spawn rotation back when you spawn the actor. It's gonna mess us up for the rest of it. So let's find our save game, BP gacha save. Yeah, I've just called them unlocked. So let's rename that to be unlocked characters or unlock character. Go back to the game instance. So now we've got unlock characters. And then we want to get our player controller, press Ctrl D and duplicate it. And get component by class, but we don't want this one to be the party switcher. We want this to be the currency. And we want to get currency. And right now all I'm bothered about is gold. So I'm going to find gold, get the same ref and set the currency. I could just make this exactly the same. So we could just make this a map of currency like we've done inside here and then pass in the details. Probably. And then we're going to do get all actors with tag so that we don't have to go for all the actors. And this one will be savable. So if they have a savable tag, then we're going to save them. I'm going to do a for each loop. Then we're going to get our save ref and get saved actors and add. And then from this bottom pin, we're going to make save actors. So loop body connects to the add. And the array element will be get component by class and our saved ID, VPC save game ID, and then it will be get ID, and then the rest will be get class, act class, and get transform into transform. And then on completed of this for each loop, we're going to do save game to slot. And I'm going to pass in the save reference here, and the slot name should be save slot. And what we're going to do is default this value to be gacha game tut. So compile and save that. And then we need a way of loading it. So we're going to do load game and we're going to get our save slot name. We're going to check if does save game exist and do a branch. And if it does, then we're going to get our save slot name. And we're going to do load game from slot, and from true we can add that up. And then we cast to BP gacha save. And we get our save reference and set it. And we open level by name, and the name will come from this. So we'll get the map name and we'll pass that in. So that's our load game. And then we're going to apply loaded data. So this is checking, the load game checks that we have a save file and opens the level, and then inside the level we say, well, we're going to apply this save data to where we need to go. So first we get a save ref and we'll check if it's valid. And if it is valid, then we get our player controller. Get player controller and get component by class. This will be the party switcher. And then we want to get spawn rotation. So we want to set them. So set spawn rotation and set spawn transform location. From save game, we're going to do get transform, and then we're going to split that value into location and rotation. That's our player location and rotation handled. We duplicate this just to keep it a bit cleaner. Next, we're going to get unlocked characters available and set that, and also set party data. We'll plug those into the queue, get save game, and we want the unlocked characters. We pass that to that, and then party members. We pass that to party data. Get control, get player controller, get component by class, duplicate those, drop it down to currency, and then we want the currency, so get currency, and we're just going to simply add the gold. So save game, get player money, and just add that into the bottom. Right, and then we're going to do get actors with tag, and we're going to have this tag be savable. And our actors, we're going to do for each loop, and then we're going to get component by class, and this will be our save game ID. Then we're going to get save ID or ID, get ID, and we're going to create a new local variable, and this will be of type name. So we'll have the first one be name, and it'll be a map, and then the second part will be actor object reference. Get the new local variable, select add, ID goes into the name, and array element goes into the array element. So that's going to tell us who's in our save game file. That's going to tell us who's in our world and what their IDs are, and then save them here. And then on this completed, on the for each loop, we're going to have a new for each loop. we're going to get our save reference, get our saved actors transform, plug that into array, and if when we break this, their save ID, so we get a new local var and we find if their save ID exists, we have branch. If it does, then simply we set actor transform. So we go from this blue node, set actor transform, and set the transform. Make that true. And then on completed, we get our save reference and set it to be nothing. And that is that for our game instance. So back in our buttons, so WBP menu buttons, on load game, we're going to get game instance, and we're going to cast to the GI game instance gacha, and then we're going to do load game, and then do close widget because we want to shut this widget with reference to self. So that's on load game. We're going to copy the get instance and the cast. We're going to get save game, and we're going to do save current game, file and save that. And then in base enemy, we're going to select base enemy, and we're going to search for tag, and in actor and tags, we're going to make sure that we've got this savable reference here, which is the same as what we have inside our get all actors with tags. Right. Now our menu buttons are here, and that'll work. In main menu, we've got this load game. We're going to go to the graph of that. And on event construct, I'm going to do does save game exist, and then I want the gacha save name that we've been using. So save slot name, Control C that, go to our main menu, and we're checking if it exists. So branch, find the button that we're using for our load game, so button 1. Set the visibility, so if it does exist, it's visible. Duplicate this, and if it doesn't exist, it's hidden. Compile and save, and then in edit project settings, we're going to go to maps, and we want the engine startup map will be our main menu, which is in game save game. Game default map will be in main menu. Our default game mode will be our main menu one. So GMB main menu. And then game instance will be gacha game instance. Alright, so now we just need to put on our player controller. So we can right click and do debug key number 9, and that's on your little keyboard on the right hand side. And we'll do create widget, and let's find the pause menu just made, WVP pause menu, add to viewport, and then open widget. Okay, compile and save that. Go back to level main menu, press play. We don't have a load game here, so we can do new game.
Ooh,
There's our
I
enemy.
like that.
We're going to press P and use some money. So we've got 160 money. Press L. I'm going to add Wukong to the party. And then
Wise decision.
I'm going to press 9 to save the game. And then we're going to quit. So we've got Wukong in the party. We've got 160 gold. We're at the bottom of the ramp. And our enemy is in the middle. So we're going to play. Load games back.
Very good.
And it's not done anything because we're going to go to our world settings, our third person map, third person game mode, and then we're going to get game instance, and we're going to cast to game instance, then we're going to apply loaded data, so then we can compile and save. We press play, and then we go back to our main menu level, because that's the one that we should start on. So save game. Blueprints, save game. Level main menu, save selected. Go back here, load game. There we go. Bottom of the bridge, Wukong.
Excellent.
Enemy at the top. We've got 160 gold. We've got a full save system rocking and working. World to it. So we're going to add the stylized fantasy provincial that is always free, but you can sort of add any world that you want. This one was one that I knew would be free for everybody, and so that's the one that we're going to add. But you've got Dark Ruins Mega Scans, there's Junkyard, a bunch of Quixel ones. Whatever is free and available, you can use. We're going to load up the main map of Stardust Provincial. See it just here. And then what we're going to do is we need to add our nav meshes. To that. So we'll add one here. And then we'll stick our enemy in here. Third person, blueprints, enemy. And it's our base enemy. And we're going to make him Kwang. And then we'll duplicate him a couple of times. So, duplicate him. And then we need to give these their own save game IDs. This will be 2. And this will be 3. And then we can choose a spot where we might want to spawn. So I want to choose this rock. Probably want something a bit closer actually. This rock. So copy that location. And then we go to our third person controller. Go to party switcher. Edit the party switcher. And the spawn transform location, we just need to change the default one. Paste this. This would be where we start our game. And then we can part and save. And then when we play our game, by opening up our save game main menu, press play, press new game. It will start as on the old map because we've not changed anything. So menu button, new game. We need to change it to the new level, Stylized Provincial main. So now when we play a main menu, new game, it will load us into the map. It loads us just underneath And then we need to go to world settings and add the game mode. And that should do it. No, that's the wrong game mode. That's my game mode. Third person game mode. There we are. Added to our level. You see these guys are searching for a character. And we're just going to add a little fallback on their state tree for the AI. So third person, blueprints, enemy, and we want this perception. So over actor equals let's get player character. And then we'll set the actor.
Excellent.
So they're not registering each other as unfriendly. And here they come, ready to attack us. But their damage hits each other. And we can do heal and then kill him. We survived. And then if we save, so now we have 3 extra gold because they give 1 gold each, and we save, opening 9 and saving our game. When we quit and restart it from the main menu, third person, save game, main menu, we can load game, and here we are, saved directing our thing. So what might have happened is when we were checking if the base spell was colliding with itself or the projectile spell was colliding with itself, is that we disconnected over actor, and that needs to be connected to apply damage, or we won't be able to do damage. Just something I noticed as I was testing things. I'm not like a white blob anymore. I've got all my textures and everything ready to go. So that's worth looking at. And that's it. That's our full tutorial on how to make a game. It needs sound, it needs better UI, like that's all fine, but all of that's sort of artistic license, artistic choice. But any questions, feel free to drop them in the Discord, and thank you very much for watching.